And just
keep Dr. Kurt Waul in the lobby until
Political song in history.
that's it.
My father Banya, my father Banya, my grandmother Banya, my grandmother Banya, Ayana Ibanya, Ayana Ibanya, my leader Banya, my leader Banya. That's why I not live. No, I not live. He gave I a message to all those people who no love progress, who no love progress. He said to do them with land lease. He said to do them with land lease. Let the do them with the pioneer board. Do them with the pioneer board. Do them with Jamal. Do them with Jamal. Then you do them with free education. Do them with free education. Equal pay for women. Equal pay for women. Do them with the minimum wage. Do them with the minimum wage. My leader Banya. My leader Banya. So let me die in a lady. No, I not live. Me a sat now with discipline. And a heavy manners. Me in a the struggle too. Me in a the struggle too. No bastard, not there again. No bastard, not there again. Everyone laugh. Oh, everyone laugh. To every the Cuban school.
All right.
The scale of dealing with anti-corruption issues. So there is a learning curve that we are going through. What is important is that the government supports the development of the institution so it can accelerate very quickly on that learning curve and provide the resources so that they can move very quickly on the learning curve, and that the government does not intervene or interfere. And that message goes to the opposition as well. Leave the anti-corruption and policing agencies to do their jobs. I know why you come to me with that foolishness, you know. You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right stand that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.
Hello, welcome. Happy Tuesday to those in television land. Happy Tuesday to our silent supporters. Happy Tuesday to everyone in the chat. Hope everyone is having a wonderful and blessed start to the week. Remember, guys, when you come in, thumbs up the live, share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. Tonight's topic is healthcare crisis with your host, Mystic Sensation, which is Baron and Anne-Marie. We have Pink Stew Green, Melting Pot, Pastor Ricky Music, and we'll be joined by Mr. Rattigan shortly. And we also have a special guest in the background who Baron will be introducing shortly. I'm just going to give an umbrella welcome to everyone in the chat because it's already out of control. And special shout out to all our moderators and to all our channel members. Thank you so much for your additional support. And thank you to everyone who's tuning in for your continued support and endorsement. Without any delay, I am going to ask Pastor Ricky to please lead us off in a word of prayer, after which Baron will take over.
Amen. Good evening, Sir Byron, Lady Anne Marie, Sir Melton Pot, Lady Pinks. Good evening, everyone in the chat. God bless you all. Let us pray. Father, we come to you in the matchless name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, thanking you for this beautiful day that you have made. And in spite of all that we have encountered, we will rejoice, hallelujah, and be exceedingly glad in this day. We thank you for this program as we present it into your hands tonight. We do nothing unless we invite your presence. So we ask that you will reign, King Jesus, reign, Emmanuel, reign tonight. Move by your power and by your spirit. Bless your daughter, Lady Anne Marie, as she navigates through the different videos, documents, clips. We thank you for her stick-to-itiveness. We thank you for her commitment, her dedication, mighty God, to help to this program to grow by leaps and bounds. Bless her husband, Sir Byron, as they work as a team together. Bless their marriage. Continue to pour out your favor, your grace, your mercies as he does compile information and research and present, mighty God. We pray for your guidance. Bless his thoughts, bless his thinking. We pray that everything will work together for good tonight, that there will be no glitch, no internet disruptions, no distractions. And we just present this program into your hand. Thank you for Sir Melton Pot. Bless him and his wife. Bless their family. Continue to bless their children. Continue to favor them, and let your goodness and your mercies continue to pursue them, chase after them each and every day of their lives. Keep them in perfect health. Continue to provide and open opportunities and new doors for them. Bless your daughter, Lady Pinks, her children, mighty God, and her business. Continue to raise up customers as an entrepreneur that will sow into her bank account, savings account, business account, checking account, that they will always have food on her table, her and her children, roof over their head and clothes on their backs, in the mighty name of Jesus. Thank you for Sir Ratigan, your son, his wife and children. Thank you for his program that speaks truth to power. We ask that you continue to strengthen him from day by day, take him to new heights, new realms, new levels. We present the Reconnecting program in Jamaica on June 21st in your hands. We pray that you will raise up sponsors, donators, volunteers, everyone that's going to come together to coordinate to make this be a successful program on June 21st at Ron Williams Center, in the name of Jesus. Bless everyone in the chat tonight. Bless their children, family, and household. Remember our special guest, Dr. Waul, one who's been on the front lines, oh God, providing care for the sick, the needy, the less fortunate, the poor, the vulnerable in the land of Jamaica, land we love. In spite of the deplorable conditions in the hospitals, yet he's been on the front line, and now a member, an MP candidate to replace the despicable scumbag, deplorable, abominable MP candidate in the Jamaica Labour Party, a criminal. I pray, mighty God, that you will raise up Dr. Waul to be that beacon of hope for the constituency in Southwest St. Catherine, a ray of light for those, oh God, who needs the care, the help, the opportunities to improve their lives. Strengthen Dr. Waul, and we pray on election night that we will count the X beside the head for him, and that he will come out victorious, and we will replace a despicable, deplorable, abominable person that shouldn't even be in the parliament, one of the worst parliamentarians in the history of Jamaica. Have your way tonight, we pray, and be thou glorified in Jesus' name. Amen. Praise God.
Amen. 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 We're always happy to have Father God lead us and direct our program. Tonight, we are blessed to have in our midst Dr. Carl Waul, that I am going to introduce to the panel tonight, right? Okay. So before I do that, right, I am going to have Brother Rattigan, right, as it relates to his promotion before I bring in Dr. Kurt Waul, right, because he has a promotion that is very important, right, where he wants to reach, right, the Jamaican people in terms of, aid and so forth. So, Brother Rattigan, just briefly before we introduce Dr. Kurt Waul, right, tell us about your program that you have coming up.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. Briefly. Let me just welcome everybody in the chat. It's going to be a beautiful night. Pinks, look up yourself. Melting Pot, always a pleasure to see you, sir. Pastor Ricky, yes. God mercies and blessings. And of course, Lady Ann and the man of the hour, of the man of the many hours tonight, Lord Byron. And of course, our guest. The Saturday, June 21st, we're having an event at the Randy Williams Center where it's been dubbed the Reconnection Rally. And it's a chance for us to reconnect with our brothers and sisters back home. A lot of us will be traveling. And it's also a chance to reconnect with civics. So we have invited, it's a free event. We've invited families to come out. And we're paying particular attention to children because they are the future. And we need to instill civics lessons in them because the civics has been removed from the classroom. And we're going to be looking at two main topics through the lens of civics. One, the Constitution, and two, cost of living and associated issues around that. So it's a free event. We'll be entertaining the children. We have a whole bunch of volunteers coming from far away as Mandeville, Manchester, St. James, St. Thomas. We're planning to give away some tablets, some other goodies to the children. We're going to entertain them. They have what do you call it? That bouncing thing, castle, whatever. We're going to have that. We're going to have some poetry reading, some dancing, and handing out some prizes. We're going to have some big time entertainers come out and entertain the adults. Free food. And then we're going to have some speeches about civics. Well, the speeches will be interspersed between the entertainers. And I won't name out some of the names yet because we have yet to confirm some of them. Spoke to some of them this afternoon, but we're going to have some outstanding speakers that will address the issue through the lens of civics. And we hope if you're able to make it, please do so. If you cannot, we're going to ask you for some charitable assistance, whatever it is, $5, $10, $20, whatever you can, please. It's for a noble cause, and you can send your donations to www.ojldf.net. www.ojldf. That's One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation.net. Looking forward to seeing all of you. Thank you.
All right. Now, tonight we're going to do a little bit different because, of course, we have Dr. Kurt Waul and we have to respect his time. And so then we are not going to go through the cliche of our usual meet and greet. So we are going to bypass that for tonight and get directly to Dr. Kurt Waul. Without any further ado, let us bring Dr. Kurt Waul right on the platform. Right, Dr. Kurt Waul?
Good night, Byron. Good night, Lady Ann.
Welcome.
Pastor, Melting Pot,
Bless you, sir.
Lady Pigs, Rattigan the Great. Yeah, man. Big up everybody.
All right. Yes. Awesome. Before we begin, Dr. Kurt Waul, right, I know that many persons, right, as it relates to our listeners, as it relates to all the persons who have been tuning in, and, both in the diaspora and locally speaking, right, we want for tonight to be an engaging night with Dr. Dr. Kurt Waul. And so then we are asking Dr. Kurt Waul, right, to tell us a little about Dr. Kurt Waul and why you choose the People's National Party to harness your talent. Go ahead, sir.
So I am the sitting councillor for the Waul South Division, and I'm also the MP caretaker for Southwest St. Catherine. As you know, I am a St. Catherine man. I like to put myself as a St. Catherine man through and through. You know, I was born in Kingston, but I was only born in hospital there and brought right back to a little area in St. Catherine they call Old Harbour Bay.
Yes.
There is where I grew up for some time, right? I went to school in St. Catherine in the Marley Mount area. I went to basic school in the Old Harbour. I then matriculated from primary school and went to St. Diego High in the old capital of Spanish Town. And then after leaving high school, I matriculated to the University of the West Indies, where I spent 6 years pursuing a bachelor's in medicine and surgery. As soon as I finished that, I came right back to the old capital of St. Catherine, the old capital of Jamaica, Spanish Town, where I spent a number of years there at the Spanish Town Hospital because I wanted to be close to my people in St. Catherine. And that was the main reason I came back to Spanish Town. I eventually opened my practice. I have a practice in Spanish Town as we speak, a private practice. And, you know, I got to a point, I was serving as a member of the executive of the late chairman of Southwest St. Catherine, and that was Comrade Rudyard Kippy Mears. I was a member of his executive, and he had run in the 2016 elections, and he lost, and he was preparing himself again to run in 2020 when he suddenly died. And that was roughly 1 year before the election. He died in around 2019, right? And it was his wish. It was his wish. He and I were closely together, and he saw in me, you know, as the person who should succeed him, right? And we went through the process and actually became the chairman for the constituency of Southwest St. Catherine, right? And I got around a year, and I ran in the 2020 elections. As you know, that election was the year when COVID was wreaking havoc on Jamaica. And, you know, we lost badly, but I did not go away. The election was on the 3rd of September, was on a Thursday, and by the Sunday I was back on the road. I went home, I found a goat and a pig, and I kill them, and I make some food, and I go right back into the town center, and I sent out the town crier to thank all the people who voted for me, and I kept a little party, and I thanked them, and I promised them that I would continue on the journey with them because I saw there was a great need in Southwest St. Catherine for better representation. And in 2024, I got the opportunity to run for divisional seats within Southwest St. Catherine. As the chairman who was there before vacated the position, and I said, you know what, I need to keep myself election ready and fresh. So I threw my hat in the ring and I took on the mantle as the chairman for the Waul Harbour South Division, where that is where I'm from, right? And I ran that local government elections, and I was successful, right? And I'm now the councillor, the sitting councillor for the Waul Harbour South Division, which is a division within Southwest St. Catherine. But I still wear the hat of being the MP caretaker for the constituency, right? And you know, growing up, you know, I was born in the late 70s, and I remember a little bit about that, you know, because I have a good memory. I have a memory I can remember back from when I just started walking. I have a good long-term memory. But most of my best memories are from the 80s, really. The early 80s going up. And, you know, during that time, I think many of the policies that we had during the early 80s were probably carryover policies from the late 70s. You know, policies where we had a lot of social intervention in the country, whereby you couldn't have children run up and down on a school day, wiping car glass and all of that sort of things. You could not walk on the road. When I was a child, I could not walk on the roads. You understand? Because if you were found on the roads within a school day, you could bet your bottom dollar that some educational officer would scoop you up and ask you where you live, and they would come to your house and intervene to find out why is this child walking up and down on the road on a school day with no parental guidance, you know. And I I love that form of social intervention. I love when a country looks out for the poor and the vulnerable. So I think a lot of people now don't like when you say you're a socialist, but I think I'm a socialist at heart. But I will work with the policies, mean that I am a democratic socialist, right? And that is the sort of socialism that I think the PNP is currently practicing, even though a lot of people, some people don't like to hear the word socialist, but I love to be my brother's keeper. I like those policies back in the days when, when people looked out for each other and the social services were strong and the social safety network was strong during that time. You understand? I remember the days you usually get your little school book, you get your free books, you get your little free this and that, to help you, to help with education. Not freeness for the sake, but things being free for a purpose. When you went to school, you didn't have to, in the early years, you got your school, your textbooks. All the textbooks were provided by the government. So, there wasn't a lot of pressure on your parents when you were going to basic and primary school. Eventually, when you went to high school, you had to get your textbooks, which you had to purchase. But it wasn't as hard as it is now. And of course, I benefited from a university education that was highly subsidized by the government at that time. Well, when I pursued medicine, I wasn't paying any form of school fee as what I hear these budding doctors are paying now. And if you are not subsidized by the government, you would have to pay upwards of $3 million per year to pursue. In my time, it was nothing at all compared to that. Right. And when I hear people talking about how the PJ Patterson years were this and that, I went to university through those years, and it wasn't easy, but it was nothing compared to now in terms of trying to access school fees and all of that, So, that's Dr. Kurt Waul in a nutshell, really.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that, Kurt Waul. Based on what you just explained, you're telling us that you're more of a, manly eyes as it relates to the policies and the principles around democratic socialism. And yet you have all the accolades. You didn't have to pursue politics, but just for the name of service, right?
Yes.
And, what you aspire as it relates to, right, the politics. But I want to go a little bit deeper because I know the primary reason why you're here is to explain to us and enlighten us as to the protest for tomorrow. But let us just rest that aside a little bit, right? Because the people, the electorate want to know much about Kurt Waul, right? We want to interact tonight, right? This is no interview or interrogation or anything like that. It's an interaction where Jamaicans are going to know and love Kurt Waul for what Kurt Waul represents. And I like how you started. You started as it relates to the democratic socialist principles, right, as opposed to capitalism. So I would presume, Dr. Kurt Waul, that you have done some canvas. Are you consistently canvassing your constituents?
Yeah,
right?
definitely.
As it relates to your confidence, I want for you to tell the Jamaican people, how confident are you in terms of putting that constituents in the PNP column?
Yeah, I'm very confident. If you see what happened in the last election, the local government elections, when we ran the general elections in 2020, we lost by a margin of around 5,000. It was a devastating loss, right?
Yeah.
And coming down to the last election that we had, which was a local government, we basically cut that margin of defeat down to 1,000. You understand? And if we follow on the same trajectory, we have basically been making up ground steadily since that time. And the seat that I won, nobody thought that we could have won it, because everyone said that even though it was a local government election, it was the member of parliament who was campaigning, and he was the one that people would be voting for, and not actually the candidates that he had. And we beat that candidate quite easily. You understand? So, we have momentum on our side. We have done a lot of work since that election in February 2024. So we're gaining ground very quickly. And on my estimation, as far as the canvas goes, we should have surpassed, that 1,000 vote defeat margin by now. But my campaign manager, he has all of the data, and we are tabulating every day, and we have not 100% finalized as yet. But
Okay.
I know that we're getting pretty, and we are confident. The experience that I've garnered over the last 2 elections that I've run have been very invaluable. You understand? We have basically seen how we did things wrong over the last 2, and we won't repeat those mistakes again, definitely for this election.
Here you go.
And all of those things can factor into you winning or losing. You understand?
All right.
So I'm a much more experienced candidate than I was in 2020. As I've seen, I've put 2 elections under my belt over that period of time. Right?
Okay.
And I'm basically, you could say I'm an experienced campaigner right now. I've been run 2 election campaigns and ran 2 elections, one unsuccessfully and one successfully.
All right, awesome. So you sound very confident that you are taking home that seat for the People's National Party. All right. Tell us, Dr. Kurt Waul, as it relates to, your representation, right? And you doing the canvas in your constituents, some of the issues that the people are struggling with, right, as it relates to lack of political representation. What I want you to do tonight as it relates to the electorate, tell the electorate how your leadership style, right, is going to ensure that you have upward mobility, right, in your constituents, right, and making sure that we are reaching and achieving, right, what seems to be difficult as it relates to what the incumbent government are able to do. So tell us some of the issues in your constituents that you will address, right? Being right, when you in power, that you're going to address some of the main issues. We want to hear some of them.
Right. So, as you know, we have 4 divisions within my constituency. Right, it's a pretty diverse constituency. We have a hilly section which we call Waul Harbour North, and we have a large area which is a large plain on the flats of the constituency, which is a Church Pen division, and that comes down also into the central division, which is where we call Waul Harbour,
Yes.
right? And then you have the coastal community, which is where I am the sitting council for. That is Waul Harbour South. So that's mainly a fishing village, and also it has a large dormitory community. As you know, Southwest St. Catherine is one of the fastest growing constituencies. We have over 43,000 registered voters, right? And every day people are moving in. We have upwards of more than around 6 large gated communities, and more are in the process of built right now. As we speak, there are about 3 or 4 housing developments taking place within the Southwest St. Catherine space. You understand?
Yeah.
And what we have found when we have gone out there and we have canvassed the people and we have tabulated our data, we recognize, and a lot of people would be surprised to know that the lack of water is the #1 issue in Southwest St. Catherine, which a lot of people would not imagine that is. But we have a large community that lives in the mountainous area of the constituency. And these people, for over the last 20 years, these people do not know what it's like to have running water in their houses. You understand? And I am going to, because I realize that this is the #1 problem and the #1 cause of these people, I will make that my #1 priority when I become the member of parliament. I have dedicated to the people that I will restore water to their pipes within a period of roughly 2 years. And I tell them that I will put a dedicated secretary within my office. And the only purpose that secretary will serve is to ensure that we meet all our deadlines, all meetings are kept on time, and we engage the relevant authorities who are necessary to make water return to Old Harbour North. You understand? These people are not freeloaders. You understand?
Yes.
These people, as we speak, they purchase water at a price which is more than what the average person pays for water, for running water in their household. So it's not like these people want free water. You understand? They are willing to get water in their pipes and they are willing to pay for it, just like everybody else in Jamaica. When I go to some of my friends who live in Smoky Vales and those places are sometimes up to 10, 11 miles way up into the hills. You understand? And when you go to their houses and you turn on their faucets, water pressure hit you down. So I don't see why my community that only spans up to around 8 miles up into the mountains, why these people have to suffer so much and also for so long. You understand? It's a travesty really. And I can reassure the people of Southwest St. Catherine that if they make that terrible mistake of re-electing Mr. Clifford Warmington as Member of Parliament again, they will suffer for another 5 years because he had no reason to give them water over the last 20 years. And if they re-elect him, they will basically be giving him a mandate to let them suffer again for another 5 years, right? About space. Back in the days, we had a lot of factories. We had a lot of major farming things going on, really. We had the Thetford farms, we had the Brampton farm, we have Amity Hall, where they used to farm rice, right? We had the soya bean factory. We had the cotton polyester factory that made brassiere and all of that. So there are a lot of employment opportunities within the Southwest St. Catherine space. And we had so much employment there that people from even other communities, other parishes came in and were employed there along with the people that we had living there. So it was really a good time in Southwest St. Catherine at that time. But now all of those things that I just mentioned, they are totally gone.
My God.
And when we did our canvassing, even though the Prime Minister is touting that the unemployment rate in Jamaica is about 3%, when we did our canvassing, we realized that the unemployment rate in Southwest St. Catherine, especially among the youth, was in the region of about 10%. It was more than 3 times the national average, right?
Wow.
And we have many young people living in this space, and they're unemployed. And the new thing now on the market is the BPO sector, which is one of the largest employers of young people. And the Member of Parliament has never even mentioned it, made representation to encourage some form of BPO sector to come into the Southwest St. Catherine space. And even at the time, I've engaged other people who wanted to come in the space and open up a BPO and technology center. And they told me that they were blocked by activities of the Member of Parliament. You understand?
Yes.
A lot of these people, if they don't have a hand in something, that is like they don't want it to happen. They want to be the ones to say, yes, I did this, and they want to benefit in some way. They don't want to let the people benefit if they don't benefit. And I'm saying that when I become Member of Parliament, I will engage all stakeholders and all employers, any form of sector, BPO sector, who wants to come into the Southwest St. Catherine space. I will facilitate them. You understand? We have lands, idle lands all over the place, and I will facilitate them coming into Southwest St. Catherine to open up shop and to provide the necessary employment for our youth and for other people who want to be employed. You understand? The employment opportunities in the Southwest St. Catherine space are limited, right? Another major thing, as I mentioned before, there are so many people moving into Southwest St. Catherine now, and the town has remained the same over the last probably 150 years, right? There have been no new bypasses opened up, no new spaces to accommodate new businesses in the labor space. It's just a stagnant space you have there with all the sort of development going on around the whole labor space. So that the businesses in whole labor have not been able to benefit fully from this influx of people that have occupied the whole labor space. Most of these people, rather than going into whole labor to suffer from traffic congestion, all of that, they rather just jump in the cars, go on the highways and go to Portmore, Spanish Town, Maypen, Kingston to do their business. And we're saying, look here, the whole labor space, it needs some serious attention in terms of town planning. We need to open up the space to allow more businesses to benefit from this influx of people that we have there. And no, the member of parliament is not speaking about it. Mark you, there are many civic groups within the space have been speaking about it over and over and over. And they need a member of parliament who they can engage and speak to and to let this thing become a reality. As it is right now, this member of parliament is, I don't know, I think he speaks to himself because I don't think he really likes to engage people much, right? I don't think so really, because most of the civic leaders within the community, they say that they find it very hard to speak to him, you understand? So I don't know, and I'm telling them I'll be a good listener. I will listen, I will take all ideas into factor, and we'll work together to execute what we know, what the whole labor that we want to materialize. We want a better whole labor, a bigger whole labor that can facilitate all the people who have moved in, to allow them to come and do their business in comfort. And when they are able to do that, then the businesses in the whole labor space will be able to benefit. You understand? Whole labor can become an economic booming era. You understand? Economically booming. And when we get in the providers of these jobs for the young people, then the young people will be able to earn money and they'll go there and spend. And whole labor will prosper. As it is, we are a far cry from what we used to be. Back in the days when we had all of those other factories, the Soya Bean, the Brampton Farm, the Thetford Farms, the Amityville Farms, all of that is gone, and no one is, the powers that be are doing nothing at all in order to encourage development. And I'm saying that I will be able to facilitate that. And as I said, yeah.
Just sorry. You said something that is very important that I picked out as it relates to what you observe, right? As it relates to the unemployment rate in your constituents. And we have the Prime Minister, right, on various platforms, multiple platforms, touting and boasting that the unemployment rate is 3.92%. But based on what you just said, do you believe that the Prime Minister is just exaggerating the truth, or it is, misinformation and disinformation as it relates to the general public? Speak.
Well, we have to take all the things into consideration. That may be his reality, but really that's not my reality in Southwest St. Catherine. I don't know if that's the national average. You understand? I do know for certain that the last data that Statin collected, many people call it that Statin did not pay them, and they still have the laptop with all information that they went out there and took, and that data was not tabulated among the final tabulations. I don't know what percentage of the people were not paid or did not return their data, but we have to take those things into consideration, right? And I think that Statin should release the entire truth as it relates to workers who went out there in the field to tabulate, to collect data and were not paid, and ultimately did not turn in their tablets with the necessary information. So that is definitely a factor to consider. But I can say for certain, and no one can contradict what I say, when I say that the unemployment rate in Southwest St. Catherine is nothing as low as 3%. I can say that with 100% certainty, and no one can contradict that, because what I have is data that we took, good data
All right.
that was taken by reputable people.
So what you're saying, that based on static, right, saying that, okay, all the data has not been collected. So then there is no way that the Prime Minister or whosoever claiming that the unemployment rate is 3.92%. There is no
Right,
way
they're
they
not-
will be able to quantify that. That is what you're saying.
Yes, definitely. And no one can contradict the fact that many of the data collectors were not paid and ultimately did not return their devices. No one can contradict that also. And no one has said whether or not those devices that were not returned, if it that affected the ultimate data or the outcome of the data tabulation. You know, nobody spoke about that. Anybody speak about that?
And those are serious factors to be considered. Thank you for that, because that is important to put that out there. So when the Prime Minister going out there with his PR stunt and 3.92%, there is no way that the Prime Minister can come to that total without not considering all the factors and dealing with all the factors. So I really thank you for that. I am not going to waste any time as it relates to, we want you to enlighten us, right, as it relates to tomorrow's protest. So, I mean, we are now at partially 500 people in the chat, right? I waited, I sort of drag it out so that we build the numbers so more people can hear you, right?
Yes.
And so then that is the reason why I'm just, dragging out like that, to have more people getting your information. So now we have roughly about 500 in the chat. We are asking you now to enlighten us as to what is going to happen relating to tomorrow's protest.
So the main aspect of this protest is in regards to the Prime Minister appointing, or basically facilitating, the appointment of his friend, Mr. Dennis Strong, as the head of the FID. That is the major thing that we'll protest about, because I think, and we in the PNP think, that it is highly inappropriate for a man who is the friend of the Prime Minister to be leading the investigations against the Prime Minister in his illicit enrichment case. You understand? We think that is highly inappropriate, right? And we believe that this thing should not die out a 9-day wonder. We protested last week, Monday, and, they did not take heed. You understand? Mr. Chung showed up to work the same day, and they're not taking us seriously. And a number of well-thinking Jamaicans, even well-known bloggers, have come out to say, even though that they have no problem with the Prime Minister, they do have a big problem with Mr. Dennis Strong being facilitated to become the head of the FID. And I think he mentioned it on some talk show that he was invited to interview for the position. So we can see that this thing was rigged from the outset. And the PMP and our supporters and the supporters are telling us that we should not allow things like this to happen, because we'll be basically giving the Prime Minister free ride back to Garden House. And there are a number of other issues within my constituency that, it smells of corruption. It is corruption, really. And the major issue that I want my people to come out and stand again also is what is going on with the Spark program, right? When the Spark program was used last year, I being the sitting councillor for a division within the constituency, I was not invited to the consultation, right?
Yes.
But I waited, and ultimately I waited and I looked at the list of roads that they posted on the website. When I looked, they listed no roads within my division, and only 4 roads were listed. The Prime Minister said that each member of parliament should select 10 roads. This member of parliament only selected 4 roads, right? And when I called him and I asked him about it. How come you only choose 4 roads and you have the opportunity to choose 10 roads, and you chose none in my division? He said that, that's how it is. Him fix road down this road and him not fixing any more road this stuff, And I'm saying, but that is not your choice to make. This thing should go through a consultation process. It is clearly outlined in the document listed on the Spark program website that this thing should follow a process. And I was not invited. Anyway, I visited his office and I looked in his eyes face to face to see if he was really serious or if someone could be so blatant and so wicked to see that we have a division. We live in we have a coastal division. So we experience a lot of rainfall. So the roads don't really stand up down there for any long period of time. You understand? The roads down in the Waul South division, they are a mess in many, many communities, right? And I looked in his eyes and he told me that no, he would not fix any roads down there. So I say, okay, let me take it up another notch. I call the Minister of Works, and you know that Mr. Clifford Warmington was disgracefully dismissed as the Member of Parliament because of the utterances he made against me when I won the Waul South Division. After I won the Waul South Division, he was the one who came out and said that he would not allow any PMP council to spend his money, right? And because of those utterances, he was disgracefully dismissed from the Minister of Works portfolio. But however, for some reason they put back a pawn in there with the pawn of Mr. So enter now Mr. Nestor Morgan. He's now the current Minister of Works. I called him and I said, Minister Morgan, how is it that I was not invited to the consultation and now there are no roads listed in my division? He told me outright that he could not help. Anyway, I saw on a poster where I was coming to Spanish Town at a Chamber of Commerce meeting. So I went there and I waited when the cameras were on and everything. I held up my hand and I said, Minister Morgan, how is it that Waul South got no roads when there are communities in the Belmont Park here and in the Sugar Lane area? You have areas in the Bulls Crescent area. You have areas in the Bayview housing scheme and even areas in the newly developed housing scheme. Their roads are deteriorating. People along the Bay Bottom Main Road, people in Thompson Road, Narayan Lane, Settlement, Terminal Road. I said, how come not even one road in Waul South was selected? And because the cameras were on him, he promptly said, no worry yourself, man. I'm going to call you and I'm going to work out something for you. So I waited. 2 days passed and I called him. And he was singing the same tune. He said, I cannot help you. You will not get any roads. And then lo and behold, I hear him in Parliament giving his sectoral debate where he was congratulating and bigging up and saying, oh, Warmington was his advisor and all sorts of foolishness. And I'm saying, this man was just disgracefully dismissed from the Ministry of Works. And this man is now your greatest friend and ally and your advisor. So I'm saying this thing is corruption and it's corrupted collusion. You understand? To disenfranchise the people of Waul South from their hard-paid tax dollars which they earned. You understand? If you divide, there are 228 divisions across Jamaica. And if you divide that into $45 billion, each division should benefit from $200 million worth of Spark program work. And you are telling me not even 1 cent the people of Waul South will get back?
Wow.
If that is not corruption, and those are the things that we are going to stand against tomorrow, and there are other communities within the Southwest St. Catherine space who will not benefit from a Spark program road because the Member of Parliament thinks he's big and bad and nobody can talk to him. But I tell the people, you don't have to talk to this man. Let your ex do the talk when it comes on election day. You show him who have a bigger voice. Your little quiet ex that you go down in the polling booth and mark will remove the loudest, most obnoxious man from the position, and you'll be able to interact with somebody who is decent, who is respectful, and who will listen to you. You understand? And who won't take unilateral decisions without consulting the people. So these are the sort of things that we will be protesting about tomorrow. There are 2 bridges down within the constituency. One has been down for over 2 years. For nearly 2 years, I mean. And they're just now repairing it. Right? And the other has been down since burial. And no one knows. When you ask the Member of Parliament, when will this bridge be fixed? No one knows. The good people in Bushy Park need to know when will the Bushy Park Bridge be repaired. Because as it is right now, they are paying in excess of $1,000 per day to leave home and to come back, where they used to only spend $200. You understand? And these guys are jumping around, but they're giving back tax credits of $20,000. Just imagine a man, $20,000 can't help you when you have to be taking out $1,000 out of that every day to just to leave and come back home when it used to cost you only $200. You understand? The people in Spring Village, they have suffered from this for the last nearly 2 years. And to add insult to injury, the agencies of the state are coming in now and extorting the people. Because it used to be only one route from Old Harbor to this community of Spring Village, right? But because the bridge has collapsed, it became two routes, right? One from Old Harbor to the bridge, and then the other one from the bridge into the Spring Village community. And the Jamaica Boilers, God bless them, they provided a walk-foot bridge for the people of Spring Village. They can cross back and forth with their bicycles or motorbikes, but they cannot drive their cars. For people who want to access the Spring Village community, they have to drive an alternative route, which is very poor. And this gentleman, Mr. Clifford Warmington, he attempted to fix this road. And the job he did was deplorable. He basically spent a lot of money and he only completed half of the job, right? And you have the people who traverse from the bridge into Spring Village. It's a short route. It's around half a mile, sometimes 3/4 of a mile. So most of the route taxis don't really occupy that space because the fare from there into the Spring Village community is only about $50. So because that has been left void, you have a number of men from the community who have cars. They have been helping out the citizens from Spring Village on that route. And the transport authority is coming around there in the middle of the night, seizing these men's vehicles. I get over the past 2 weeks, I think they seized more than 10 vehicles. Wow. And these men are helping the community, really. And I'm saying, allow them to continue this until the bridge is fixed. When the bridge is fixed, then you can always reestablish the original route. Why are you going around there antagonizing the people? All of these men are members of the Spring Village community. They are the family and friends of the same people who they carry to work. Remember that we have the Jamaica Boilers processing plant there. So there are a lot of people coming from work 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, going to work 5 o'clock in the morning. And the normal route don't really occupy that space much because it's a smaller fare. You understand? So I want all of those people in Spring Village who have been oppressed over the past 2 years, right? And all those taxi men who the transport authority come around, they're extorting them. I want them to join the protest with us, right? All of those people who live in Bushy Park who no one can tell them when their bridge will be fixed and have to be paying upwards of $1,000 per day for transportation when they only used to spend $200. I need those people to come out and protest. I need all the people from the Waul Harbor South Division, from all of those communities who have been disenfranchised from their tax, from the taxes that they have paid, and have been told that they will not get nothing of that $200 million that should have been earmarked for them. When you look at the Spark website, it clearly tells you that all communities should benefit. It didn't say all constituencies or all division. It says all communities should benefit. Therefore, even if you live in one little corner of the division or the constituency, you should see those tax dollars being spent within those spaces to benefit you. And this gentleman is telling me that no monies will be spent there. And the Minister of Works is also telling me that. And then here you're the Minister of Works friending up and congratulating this man for helping him. What kind of we already dismissed him from the Ministry of Works, and now they put back a pawn in there serving under this corrupt member of parliament to come and disenfranchise the people of Waul South again? And the prime minister just stands there and says nothing. It's government corruption. We are standing for the children who were disenfranchised by the $100 million Royal Reid allegedly took from the Ministry of Education. We're standing about all the monies that were misappropriated from Petrojam. We're standing up against all of those things. We're standing up against the corrupt mayor from Mobile who was going around taking down the signs of the PMP candidates while he allowed the signs of the JLP candidates to remain. We're standing up against those things. It's come to a boiling point, to a tipping point now where we can't continue any longer, really. Right?
You know, Dr. Kurt Waul, I feel your passion, and I'm almost sure that the electorate, right, is feeling your passion tonight. I want to ask you a question, because what we are seeing as you expressing, you know, the high levels of corruption that spread throughout most of the ministry.
It's rife. Right? It's rife within the Jamaica Labour Party.
Right. So the question that I want to ask you, what is the core responsibility of the permanent secretary as it relates to ensuring, you know, the awarding of contracts being done properly, the procurement processing, and, you know, the internal billing processes, you understand, being scrutinized and done? What are the responsibilities of the permanent secretary in that regard?
These gentlemen, they follow no protocol. As I said before, in regards to the Spark program, what they did in Southwest St. Catherine, everything should have been scrapped and restarted, because you cannot be following a protocol and you skip out items along the way. The process is flawed, as Dr. Dawes originally said. The process is easily hijacked by people who are self-serving and who have special interests. And the special interest of this member of parliament is to try and suffer the people of Waul South. You understand? Because he's punishing them for what he believes that they should not have elected me as their representative. And he's punishing them for that. And he has hijacked the Spark program process, just as though they hijacked the process when they were procuring the drill. They have hijacked the process, really. And because of that, because of me, the people of Waul South are suffering. And I told them before, I said, I don't need any money to pass through my hands. All I need is for you to come into Waul South and outline what you're going to do, explain to the people which roads you will fix, how much it will cost. And I, being their representative, I will oversee the process to ensure that the payers of Jamaica get their money's worth, and that the taxes that the people of Waul South and Southwest St. Catherine are returned to them when they've repaired these roads or fixed these facilities. You understand? That's all we're asking for, right? Yeah. And this man, no one can speak to him, and he's the puppet master right now in the Minister of Works, and that gentleman Nestor Morgan is his pawn and his puppet, and he's even more corrupt than Mr. Warmington. Because if you can be a young man, you know, and see what this gentleman has done before, and now you're following in his example, that's awful.
Okay, so you are here highlighting the series of nepotism and cronyism within the Jamaica Labour Party administration.
Right.
You know, I am going to ask Brother Rattigan, because I presume that Brother Rattigan has some questions. So, Brother Rattigan, take the floor, please.
Dr. Waul. How are you?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Listen, I have a whole bunch of questions to ask you, but I won't, because time is at a premium and we have a whole bunch of people, panelists here.
Yes.
And they're eager to ask you questions. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to say I was looking at your profile, and you have two things that I really like. One of them, it says, win with Waul.
Yes.
And the other one is Waul for all.
Yes.
I don't want to ask a question. I just want to read something, because you mentioned it. I just want to read something that you wrote. And We'll, and then I'll just yield to another member of the panel.
Yes.
You mentioned that after the election, you went home, your spirit wasn't dampened. You killed a goat, you killed a pig, you went to the town center and you thanked everyone. I just want to read something that you wrote because this captures the spirit of who you are as the future representative of that community. Because we have somebody who's been there approximately 23 years. And when I listen to the things that you have said, the shortages, you know, the roads, unemployment, water, health, education, entrepreneurship, all of those things, it's troublesome. But let me just, and this was written on September 4th, 2020, after the election. And you said, Southwest, St. Catherine, we fought a tough fight. Though the results were not what we worked for, it has not dampened our resolve to make this constituency a better place for all who live here. That's the mantra, Waul for all.
Yes.
I serve this community with love and pride, and I will continue to fight for its improvement regardless of the election outcome. To the voters of Southwest St. Catherine who put their confidence in me, thank you. We would not have gotten this far without you. I remain humbled and grateful for the outpouring of love, support, and encouragement you showed throughout this campaign. To my outstanding team who worked tirelessly night and day to organize and mobilize a movement that took many by surprise, I want to thank you for your unwavering focus and commitment. This was a team effort. We all should be proud of the work we poured into this fight. You have my limitless appreciation. Today is a new day as we look to the future. We will remain strong and will redouble our efforts to continue to serve this community. We are back to work, doing what we do best, caring for people. Sir,
Yeah.
I just thank you for your service and I wish you continued success.
Thank you very much, sir.
Right. Wonderful, Ratty. Wonderful. Of course, we have to put in the lady in the mix. Pinks, I know you have a question or two for Dr. Kurt Waul. Go ahead.
Okay, good night, Dr. Kurt Waul, and
Night.
welcome to the program tonight.
Yeah,
Well,
good to be here.
okay, my concern is this: what Warmington said about him not allowing PMP candidates or councillors to have access to his money, apparently. And when you said that he's been replaced by Nestor Morgan,
Yes.
and Nestor Morgan being his puppet, and the fact that they are not doing anything in your division to fix the roads or anything like that in your division for the benefit of the people, it makes me have come to one conclusion that they don't want you involved in the road work because you put up yourself as an honest man with integrity. And when you're dealing with corrupt people, they do not want you to supervise and monitor how they are spending our money because they don't want you to probably highlight the fact that they are going to be dishonest in spending our money. So look at it like that way.
I think you hit the nail on the
You
head. You
understand
hit
what
the
I'm
nail
trying
on
to
the
say
head
to
there.
you?
That's you hit the nail
Okay.
right on the head.
So because thank you. Thank you. So that's the reason they don't want you to benefit from the Spark program or any other programs that they have there. Because Wilmington and Morgan are both corrupt.
Very, very,
And you
very
want to
corrupt.
have a and you want to know how the money is spent, so they don't want you there. The same thing happening in Montego Bay here, you know. We are suffering without any water because I'm living in one of the constituencies where the posters were taken down.
Yes.
You understand me? So the three candidates constituencies are suffering. We went a month without water. They put it on for a week, and now we're gone back again to the same situation. No water again, so we're under punishment also.
Yes.
You understand me? So it's not just us and you. There are other people in different divisions and different parts of Jamaica are suffering because of the corruption and because we decide to stand up against it.
Yes.
you know.
As I said,
So
these people, they are career politicians, you know, right? And
exa-
they know they know who they can suffer. They don't care about all the people. They care mostly about their most hardened supporters. And they know how to suffer a part of the constituency and still go on to win election after election. And I'm telling the people, you know, you need to look out for your brother. You may be benefiting from the member of parliament, but there are entire communities who are suffering. And because he knows that they vote a particular way, he doesn't really have to do anything there. So, you know, the other people in the constituency who vote for him, they need to say, you know, why is it my brother is suffering in Wolama North from water shortage? You know, you need to help them. I know you will help them is by voting out this corrupt and this partisan, you know, member of parliament. Really, you know, as Rattigan said, my slogan is Waul for all. I believe that
mhm,
all communities within the Southwest St. Catherine space should benefit from all the resources. You understand? I will not come into politics to become a career politician. I have many other interests in life. I want to pursue other things. I have come to give a good 10 years of my time to the people of Southwest St. Catherine to put us on a right path and then to relinquish the position to a younger, stronger candidate who is willing to come in and continue the work. I don't come in here to become any career politician like these guys who come in and get fat out of this thing and want to remain fat forever. And, you know, they don't want to give up the position. And that's the only reason why Clifford Warmington is running back right now, because he knows that if he leaves, there's no one else that could beat me, right? And he has said that time and time again that he has the best chance against me. And that is the only reason why he's coming back. He wants so badly to retire to go and put his foot. And I'm telling the people of Southwest St. Catherine, let us give Mr. Clifford Warmington what he wants. Let us send him into retirement when the elections are called. Give him what he wants. That is what he wants so badly. The only legacy he wants out of this thing is to say, boy, when he left, there's another Labour right candidate coming and win. He doesn't want the best person to run the community. He just wants a Labour right candidate, regardless of what job they will come in and do. And I'm telling the people of Southwest St. Catherine that you deserve much better than that. You understand? You deserve a man who you have known and trusted over the last 5 to 6 years. You know that I'm a hard worker and I will do the job that the people require of me. And I don't come in this thing to become fat and become disgruntled with you after being there for 20 years and curse you and cuss you out and disrespect you. It won't ever get to that point. You understand? It will never get to that point. I have come to give some good service, hard work over a period of time, and then we move on. You understand? That's my promise to them.
That is well said, Dr. Kurt Wall, because your style of politics grow beyond partisan politics, right? You being patriotic, your service, and this is I like how you break down the difference, in terms of career politician and you being, the politics to represent political representative, and that is what is important. Pastor Ricky, come into the space. Let us leave the sledge until the sledge come down. Come in, Pastor Ricky.
Yeah. Thank you, Sir Byron. Welcome, comrade Dr. Kirk. God bless you. And I'm a proud Michael Manleyite, a socialist. So I prefer the word socialist any day over comrade. And I see social democracy is serving and helping the people. As Jesus says, the greatest amongst us is not the ones with the positions and the titles, but the one who serve. And so I want to say, first of all, thank you for your service in the health sector as a medical doctor. And, I honor you and salute you. And I wish you the very best in your campaign. But as I was reading your bio also, I came across the part where it stated that you are a transformative, respectful leader, and that your vision or plans that you have for the constituents, and to bring in projects and to programs for the constituents. Would you mind elaborating on some of those transformative plans that you have for the constituents, or you can elaborate on some of your successful leadership as it relates to serving the children, teenagers, adults, young adults, seniors in the medical practice. Thank you so much.
Right. So, being a medical doctor, I ensure that for the longest while, even before I entered politics, I see it as giving back to my community. I have always held the health fairs within my constituency throughout all divisions to ensure that children who are going back to school, that they can have their back to school medicals within their communities, so they do have to travel far, and we offer it for free. We give them free vaccines also. It takes a lot of pressure off the parents, who sometimes have to pay a taxi fare to go to a doctor. Then you have to sit and wait a long time, and you have to spend upwards of, say, $3,000 to $5,000, even sometimes more, to get the medical done and also to get the vaccines. I routinely provide that to all communities within my constituency, and I've been doing that for nearly 10 years, right? And even I even go and see, I do house visits, for the elderly people who can't move about so easily. Some of these people, if they were to go to a doctor, they would have to pay a taxi man probably $6,000, and then even sometimes more. And it's very inconvenient. They have to find a wheelchair. So most times these people, when they call me, I visit them at their homes, and I provide the care they need right there, without them being inconvenienced by traveling and paying huge sums of money, to find a doctor sometimes far from where they live. Right. So I pride myself on doing that. And that's one of the major reasons why, when I left university, many young doctors did not want to come to Spanish Town Hospital. You understand? The Spanish Town Hospital was one of the toughest hospitals in the country in terms of the workload that you had to carry, and the sort of trauma and all of that you would have to see and experience. But because I am a St. Catherine man and I wanted to be very close to my people, I came back to Spanish Town specifically. Many of my friends, they went to St. Anne's Bay, and when I went there and I visited them, I said, my God, I should have come here. But I knew that I wouldn't have gone there because, I wanted to be close to my people. It was good when you go to St. Anne's Bay and you leave the hospital and you're through the countryside. It's just a serene scene and all of that. Sometimes you drive to the Spanish Town Hospital, all you see is zinc fences and some very tough neighborhoods, So it took a toll on me, but I knew that I had to come back to my people. You understand? And I have been giving them the service they need all since 2002, when I graduated medical school. I've been serving my people for a very long time. You understand?
Yeah.
And the Southwest St. Catherine is such a blessed constituency. As I said, we have the mountainous areas and we have the lush plains where it can entertain a lot of farming activities. And we have the seaside. We have the largest fishing village there down in Waul Bay. We have a nice bathing beach. We have several keys, in excess of probably more than half a dozen wonderful, beautiful keys off the coast of Waul Bay. You're talking about Goat Island, Pigeon Island, Pelican Key, all of these places, very beautiful places to visit. And we have never ever capitalized on these natural wonders that we have in the constituency. You understand? Every day is just the same old mundane things, they are talking about. And I want to develop these things within Southwest St. Catherine. You understand? We have such a large, we provide probably most of the seafood more than anywhere else in Jamaica, right? We have some of the best seafood restaurants in Waul Bay. And these restaurants have never been highlighted. The member of parliament have never ever called in the tourism enhancement fund or the TPD and said, come man, come to this place. Let us see how we can help these people. And down in Wolaba South is a place that is begging for development. They are the people down there are begging for intervention. It's a area that is ridden with crime. You understand? And we have so many things down there to help us and benefit us. But all the people are asking for is a little bit of leadership, a little bit of commitment from the people in power. But the people in power, they would rather to see the people in Wolaba Bay suffer, in Wolaba South suffer, right? And turn against themselves. You understand? Rather to come and intervene. Just the other day, two young men in my constituency, they were killed by the police because they were over by the JPS plant foraging for metal. You understand? Foraging for rusty iron, you know. You understand? And the member of parliament is holding on to $200 million that should have been spent within the community to benefit the community. These young men could be fixing up. These young men come from an area where we have the bathing beach. Bathing beach is such a nice area. The bathing beach is the gateway access to all the beautiful keys that we have out there. We should be the TPD, because somebody should be encouraging them to come in and set up some excursion sites where people can go out and visit the keys. Goat Island is an historic location. All of these things that we could be doing to facilitate these young men to do something else other than fishing. Because it's not all the time the fishing is good. You understand? It's not all the time they can go there and make a money off of the fishing. And you are not giving them the opportunity to spend the tax dollars that they earn by fixing up their community. You're withholding the taxes from them. And then when they do wrong, they get punished, and they get punished in the harshest way possible. They lost their lives while this member of parliament is holding on to resources to be within the community. I don't know. Believe me, when I think about this man, boy, you know, if I was not a grown man right now, I would probably break down and cry. I'm telling the truth.
Oh my God. So, I mean, here you are speaking on what it seems like you're identifying, which by now, a lot of Jamaicans know you're identifying a leadership crisis, right?
Terrible.
You know, the country has relates to an educational crisis, health crisis, and believe you me, it is so, I would say, you know, in terms of, you know, everything that we are looking on, the toxicity of this government is so toxic, right? So I want to make sure that the electorate is listening to you, right? And let me just pass on this to Melting Pot, right? Because I know that time is of essence. Melting Pot, go ahead.
Yes, good night, Dr. Waul. Welcome again. I think it's the second time sharing the platform with you. I don't remember if it's this one or over by we and Lonesome, but I know we did a show together.
Yeah, man, I probably Lonesome.
Right. And I find it to be a very creditable gentleman in your own right. You know, and you speak very highly professional and, you know, eloquent in how you know, exemplify things to the public. Because I can tell you what is happening to you within your region that you represent. It's a high level of corruption, victimization. They are withholding these, you know, funds from your region so that your people cannot get any work, so that your people look at you as somebody who are not there for them. So I'm telling the people from Southwest, St. Catherine, that Dr. Waul will always stand tall and will never fall for no corruption,
exactly,
no form of victimization, because you have the people interest at heart and you will be the best representation for these people. Places like up by Captureland that you mentioned, North, West, St. Catherine. I know that community very well. And I think by now they should have had water up there because some nice houses are up there, right? That's when you pass the whole Marley Mount race track going up, right, Dr. Waul?
Yes.
Good. So I know the place. And even out by Church Pen, right? I know all of those places. The bridge that you're talking about. Yeah, I don't know what happened to that bridge and when it become impossible for motorists to access. But, you know, that bridge is a priority for the community and it should not be victimized. People should
Right.
get access to use the road, and transport authority who are working alongside Warmington and Bug Life need to take a back because the operators are providing a service. They are doing a service to the community, and the service that they are providing to the community is one that will enhance the growth of the local economy, carrying people to work and school, getting people
Right. And
through
no
their
one else is
daily
providing
chores.
it.
Right. So, you know, we are seeing a web of corruption because they know you are the strong man for that division. And they know you can't lose. And I'm telling the people, them, the electorate, Dr. Waul will not lose that division. So, Warmington and Morgan, you people need to answer to your high level of corruption. Withholding funds from the Spark program should not have been in the first place because, as Dr. Waul rightly pointed out, that 4 roads were up for selection by the Member of Parliament for each region. But in your region, you don't get any road done. Is what you're saying, Dr. Waul?
Yes, none. And it's corrupt
None.
because when the Minister of Works came to Spanish Town to speak at the Chamber of Commerce meeting, right? He had a paper to say that the Member of Parliament submitted 7 roads. But yet still, when you go on the website, you only see 4. So they need to explain all of this. Why is it that the people are kept in the are in the dark? What is it that they are hiding? Believe me, they are so corrupt. And that is why I want the people to come out tomorrow in their numbers. Any form of gross you have had with this corrupt government, you come out tomorrow and you express it. You understand?
Right.
Because in any other country,
Go
Yes,
ahead,
Dr.
Martin.
Waul.
in
I
any
know this
other
guy,
democracy,
Warmington. I know this guy, Warmington. He has been manipulating the election in that region every time you have a general election. He know what to do to manipulate the situation because him use one of my cousin till him die. Him use him till him die. He used to give him gun. One at a time, he even have to take one of the gun from him. So me know the style where him operate with. Him come in and him intimidate a lot of people within the electorate. And what he does, him have a lot of criminal around him. And I'm telling all our people from your region, Southwest, do not cast no vote for Warmington. 23 years in politics and Woolaba don't have a town center that look like a town center. That tell you that this man is garbage for Woolaba division. Him done him time. Him full of corruption and him not have nothing going forward to uplift that region of St. Catherine. What he has done, he has made himself a billionaire out of Woolaba and Woolaba electorate. And the people of Woolaba have been suffering. That town center should have been, upgraded. The road get wider and all these things because I know it from long time. And
long time.
A pure traffic. All the way from out by, from it to churchmen are coming, a traffic. Now with all these gated community, it must be even worse. So something needs to be done.
Yes.
Yes,
Woolaba is not benefiting from the people who have moved. Yeah, Woolaba is not benefiting from the people who have moved into these gated communities because majority of them would rather just jump on the highway and go outside of Southwest St. Catherine because it's unbearable to go through Woolaba with the traffic, the congestion, and all of that. So you're 100% right. The town center should have been upgraded a long time ago. But this member of parliament, all he does of recent is to stay in his office and distribute scarce benefits and spoils. That's all he does, He has no plans. When I go to my bed at night, now, some people you always thoughts run through your head before you fall asleep. All that runs through my mind is how is it that we can make Southwest St. Catherine a better place for everybody? How is it that we can increase commerce and business? How is it that we can improve the passing grades of the children who go to school in Southwest St. Catherine? You understand? Those are the things that run through my mind. I know when Mr. Warmington, he goes off to sleep, all he wonders about, how will I spend all my money when I retire? Which beach can I go and put up my foot? You understand? And I'm telling
Yeah.
that, it makes no sense to really like a gentleman like this who is basically, who wants to retire really, but because he wants to have a legacy of letting the constituency remain within the clutches of the Jamaica Labour Party, he doesn't want to retire. You understand? And that's a shame. That's a shame if that's all you want for your community, If all you want is just for it to remain green and not for development to come to the Waul and Southwest St. Catherine. It's a shame,
That's crazy.
Well, I'm saying to the people of Waul and Southwest St. Catherine that the only way you can benefit from any development within your community is to get rid of Warmington. Get rid of Warmington and bug life from out of the space. That community need a man like Dr. Waul with a vision, a man with integrity, clean hands and pure in heart to move that community forward. You cannot have Warmington there anymore. No legacy will perceive this election going forward because Warmington will not be the MP when the election is said and done. You, Dr. Waul, will be the MP. I'm endorsing you tonight because the Almighty know that you are the right choice for that constituency. And God up above see all the victimization that they have waged against you and your people that you represent.
I tell you, man, the Lord knows.
The good Lord will intervene. The good Lord will intervene. So no matter what they try to do, they cannot stop you. And the people, you need to get behind Dr. Waul. We are sounding it tonight loud and clear. Get behind this man, Dr. Waul. The future of Waul Harbour and Southwest St. Catherine is in this man's hand. If that region is to go forward and look like a community that the Prime Minister promised would be a first world community by 2030, you have to give the baton to this man, Dr. Waul. Mr. Warmington is a criminal. He is a violence producer. I'm telling you people, I know for a fact, I'm not asking, I'm not guessing. That man used to give my cousin gun. Patrick and Tony folks, him dead and gone now. People from up the Capture Land know him. His mother pass off, Miss Dunn. Yeah? So we know where I'm going. This guy not in at the place. Him for their prison. A whole heap of illicit thing him go on with him. Kill off a whole heap of get to you too. Because I feel greed for be in office. To represent Waul Harbour people. And all him do for Waul Harbour people is rob from them. Everybody pay them tax as we all know. But yet still, Dr. Waul people them not benefit from the tax investment that come to the region. Him and him friend them decide to victimize your people them and your constituents. That cannot be right.
$200 million. $200 million.
This guy need to be held accountable for that behavior because he make some remarks in the park that him not getting a PMP for the money for spend. I don't know this guy to be a worker. I just say him is a political career personnel. That's all them have. Them not have nothing else, So we need to move Queenie. Them type of people that shouldn't even involve in our politics. Because them corrupt the little youth them. Them corrupt the little youth them people know what we are talking about when we are talk like this. Them corrupt the little youth them and mash up the place. Spin round the gender to suit them and them needs. So we need to get rid of that garbage out of Waul Harbour. Him dead too long and him not serve the purpose. A whole heap of mother right now grieve when them hear them call. Because through him, them lose them son. I'm telling you, for a fact, This man has caused so much mayhem in Southwest St. Catherine. It's unbelievable. So we have to move him. Because it's a place that should have something going for it by now, you know. Because it's a central location, Waul Harbour. I remember going into Clarendon, when you reach at Waul Harbour, you get a fish and you me, right at the clock.
Yes.
And everything was good. You understand? People used to have a little bit more life in the town because people could have make a livelihood from Waul Harbour. Now it seems like everybody know if you look elsewhere to put food on them table. Because this guy not do nothing more than rob the place. Rob the place and he'll infiltrate the place with crime and violence. That's why I'm talking the way I'm talking, because I know him strategy where I'm use when it comes to voting time. And this is why we are talking to some ghetto youth in Jamaica. A time when I put with the politics thing, man, and look forward to embracing Jamaica as a place of birth, man. The place where I want to live, man. The place where I want our kids to grow up, man, and become successful young man and young woman, man. So you, as an adult now, can retire in a peaceful environment. You cannot support, produce violence like Warmington. All him produce is violent. He has not produced anything for the people of Waul Harbour and Southwest St. Catherine. If it's not about corruption and violence, don't talk to him. That is how he operates, because I come from a slave backmaster foundation, you know. The Warmington, them was slave owner. And I'd have find them cut off, I'm not good. I'm telling the people them tonight, get behind Dr. Walter and show him 100% loyalty and support when it comes to the general election. Because we need to make the change. We can't have a man sit down there for 23 years and just a wealthy himself while one of them suffer. Anytime when
it's really 26 years. It's 26 years really. Because he was a member of parliament in 1980. Until they dismissed him in 83.
And him come back
and
after
he came
that.
back and so it's 23 years uninterrupted and 26 years overall.
Plus 3 years before, yeah. But him now, him have wealth, you know. Unsurmountable amount of wealth and him don't do any work. But yet still the people who are run behind Warmington, when them hungry, them have to go look for him. That if some of them can get to him, because he's a feisty guy. If you're not one of them real top people, him not deal with you. He will tell you, say, you need to come see him another time, you can't talk to you to them. You know him operate. So all of our people going forward, see a real doctor in front town who can help you, man. When it comes to medical, we look about that. When it comes to infrastructure, we make sure no say them start repair and new one for build. When it comes on the building a Waul Harbour town, this man will look after it, make sure no have a nice town center that can represent Waul Harbour. When it comes to school, I sure know Waul Harbour need even 2 more schools right now. We guarantee them need even 2 more schools.
Majority of the children. Yes.
Go ahead, Dr. Waul.
Majority of them have to journey all the way. Majority of the school children have to journey all the way to central Clarendon. Sometimes we up in the hills of Clarendon, Spanish Town, Kingston. You understand? You know, one of our major primary schools that we have here can fill all the spaces at the only high school that we have here. You understand? And the only high school that we have here is still operating under a shift system, which the government said they would have abandoned a long time ago. You understand?
Okay, you understand? So that is Waul Harbour High. That's the only one there now, right?
Right.
Waul Harbour High.
And absenteeism is a major issue in Southwest St. Catherine. Right now, as we speak, there are a number of children who I have to sponsor every week to go to school because they don't have any lunch money. They don't have any taxi fares. You understand? Part of my campaign commitment when I ran for councillor was that I would have given back all the money I got from the parish council to help the children. Because when I walked through these communities, I saw so many children who were only going to school 2 days per week. And I said, my God, then how can these children work? We are saying the teachers are not good. We are saying the children are dunce, but they are not learning because they are not going to school. You understand? And because of that, I committed my entire salary, every cent that I get every month from the parish council. I subsidize a number of children within my community. I give them some money to go to school for the additional 3 days that they cannot go to. They cannot go. Most of them can only afford to go to school Monday and Tuesday, and then for the rest of the week, nothing. So
Right.
I spend my entire.
When Dr. Waul, when you give to the youth, them you don't ask for nothing in return. But when Queenie
Nothing.
give to
I
the
tell
youth,
my people that I want.
give back something in return.
Yes, I don't want to benefit. Yeah, I don't want to benefit in such a way from giving the service that I give. You know, understand? I believe in me. Where I grew up in Wolaba Bay, I was such a loved child where I grew up. I don't know what it is like for somebody to ill-treat me when I was living in Wolaba Bay, you know. And those people don't know that is the reason why I love them so much, you know. Growing up as a child, I was like a little prince in my community. Everybody loved me. I never knew what ill treatment was like. I grew up among family. Where I grew up in the Wolaba Bay area is just pure family surround me. And everybody loved me so much. And that is why I love my community of Southwest St. Catherine so much. And I want to do so much for them. You understand? I was, you know, I think I lived that charm life growing up in that community. I had so much fun, and that I fall in love with the people, really. And I can't believe in me. Most times some people come to me and them come and they access my medical services, and when they see what I charge them or when I don't charge them, they wonder, but I can't believe in me. I can't make money off of my people. I don't know if I make money off of them or to exploit. I don't know to exploit them or to ill-treat them, because they have never done anything bad to me. I believe in me. I live that charmed life. I live a charmed life growing up in the Wolaba Bay space. I know I see that the place is deteriorating.
The work that
you know,
you
it pains my heart when I see what is happening.
All right.
What
the melting pot, because we are strapped for time, and I don't want to have the Dr. Kurt Waul just exceeding a lot of time here. So Dr. Kurt, let me just say this. Sorry to introduce melting pot. Right. For the electorate tonight, right, who are listening to you, right? And of course, based on what we see and the passion you have, and you know, you're going against corruption, right? I think one of the things that the electorate would want to know is, okay, as it relates to you, right, and along with the People's National Party, right, what are the mechanisms that is going to be utilized to ensure that we don't only vote out these people, but if there are corruption in terms of their involvement, what are the mechanisms that utilize to pursue them, right, and put them into the judiciary? I think that a lot of electorate want to hear that.
Yeah. You know what I can speak to for certain, Byron, is that when the People's National Party go into power, I am confident in the leader that we have. I know that Comrade Mark Jefferson Golden is a man that when you hear them attack him, they can only attack his personality. Some are try to attack his complexion. And this particular gentleman, Mr. Clifford Warmington, he went out and he dug back almost 8 generations to try to say that the Comrade Mark Jefferson Golden was aligned with slave owners. If that gentleman was digging like that in Southwest St. Catherine, he would have dug such a large well, could have supplied water for everybody in Wolaba North and even surrounding communities. So I don't know what he's digging up there. Yeah. But when I heard him speak the other day, you know, I smiled inside. I'm saying, what a wonderful leader we have right now. What a wonderful man we have right now who is going to take over the reins of the country. There's nothing at all they can say about him other than the things that I outlined. Everything else is immaculate. They all know he's a successful businessman, and he knows the ins and outs of government because he has been a senator for a number of years. This man will hit the ground running when he takes over the reins of the country. I am excited to work with this gentleman in this new administration. And this gentleman has been bringing things forward that the Jamaica Labour Party are rejecting. He brought forward a legislation to say that all members of parliament should the code of conduct. All of our member of parliament signed it, and the Jamaica Labour Party member of parliaments, they have rejected it. But for one reason or the other, well, the only reason I can think about is that they are corrupt. They're inherently corrupt, and they are afraid to sign this code of conduct agreement. So I am confident. I don't want to make any pronouncements about, bringing people to justice who have done the country wrong. But I pray to God that, they pay in some way or fashion. But I can make a commitment that I myself, when I become member of parliament, I will be good to the people. I will not misappropriate their tax dollars. I will ensure that every cent that I get will be returned to them to do community projects that will benefit everyone, and not to ingratiate people who I think will vote for me. I will ensure that all the people of Southwest St. Catherine benefit. And I'm pretty confident that Mark Jefferson Golin will ensure that all members of parliament and all ministers who serve within his portfolio, they all will be above board and they will do the right thing, because all of them came out and they signed the code of conduct, meaning that they are willing to work within the realms of the code of conduct and do right by the people of Jamaica. You understand? I'm 100% confident in that. This current prime minister, he has no moral authority because there's a huge cloud hanging over his head. And because of that, the people who serve beneath him are left to run rampant and to do all manner of evil to the Jamaican people. As you see what Nestor Morgan is doing in the Ministry of Works. He's basically facilitating the man who is the member of parliament in my constituency. He's facilitating this gentleman to victimize me, and in return victimize the people of Waul, South and Southwest St. Catherine. And the prime minister has stood and he has said nothing. You understand? It's a shame.
Definitely a shame. I hope the electorate, right, is listening tonight. And let me say, right, in terms of making sure that we step out tomorrow, tens and thousands in support, right, of, what we are fighting for, good governance, and eliminate corruption from out of our politics. That will be the order of the day. Now we are going to finish off with you, Dr. Kurt Waul. You have spent more than time with us, but yes, I want to give you the opportunity, sir, to tell the electorate why the reason that they really need to vote for you.
Right. I want my people of Southwest St. Catherine to know that I am 200% committed to working with you. All the things that have been your concern over these past 20 years, things that you see were necessary to get done in the constituency, I will make those things my priority. For the people in Waul North who have been suffering for more than 20 years without water, that will be my cause and my priority. I will ensure that I work on it from day one until I restore the water to Waul North within 2 years. All the young people in Waul town and in the entire Southwest St. Catherine who have been out of jobs for many years are having to travel to far places to get employment. I'm telling you that I will encourage sectors who are employers to come into the Waul space, right? I'm telling the people who have moved into the Waul space who want to enjoy their community. They want to come to Waul, they don't only want to live here. They want to come, they want to shop here. They want to go to church here. They want to enjoy the beach. They want to go on boat rides. They want to enjoy the restaurants. I will work with the people to ensure that town planning is taken into consideration. We have not had any form of town planning discussion for the longest while, and Whole Harbour needs that. You understand? I am committed to ensuring that I will fight for all the issues that affect you. I have walked through all the communities, I've spoken to the people, and I know what their number one concerns are. And I will make those concerns my priority. And if you feel that you have been wronged by this government, by the things that they have been doing, I want you to come out tomorrow and to stand peacefully with us in the Waul Harbour Square as we express our displeasure about the things that have been going on in our country. You understand? The Prime Minister, as we speak, you know, I don't think he's exercising the honor in his title. You understand? Bruce Golding, he stepped down in 2011 because he found out that he did something and he could not face the electorate, right? And he exercised the honor in his name by stepping down and allowing this current Prime Minister to take charge, right? We have now reached a point where there's a huge cloud hanging over this Prime Minister's head, and you know, and we are getting nowhere. It's just obstruction after obstruction. We're not being able to get to the bottom of this thing because he keeps intervening, and we're not able to find out what is going on. So I'm telling all well-thinking people within Clarendon, Kingston, all surrounding parishes to come and join us tomorrow as we protest peacefully against the things that we believe that we cannot allow Jamaica to go down this path. We don't want this thing to become the new normal. You understand? Where people can do anything they want when it comes to being in positions of leadership. And we just continue like nothing happened. You understand? We cannot make this become the new norm. We need to hold our leaders accountable. We need to take our stands now. Thank you very much.
Well said, Dr. Kurt Waul. It was a pleasure having you here, right, highlighting the issues. And people, remember, please, tomorrow, in your tens and thousands, right, roll out and make sure that you are protesting against corruption. Because, of course, $3 trillion unaccounted for. A prime minister, where a statutory declaration cannot be certified for going 4 consecutive years. I mean, a normal democracy, trust me, you would have gone from in the first year that his statutory declaration cannot be certified. So we have seen where this prime minister manipulating the arms of justice, and as it relates to what Dr. Kurt Waul, right, is saying, goes out to them, right, make sure you stand in solidarity for what, right, Dr. Kurt Waul and the People's National Party stand for. Fight against corruption. Dr. Kurt Waul, I want to say it was a pleasure, sir, to have you here.
Thank you very much.
We are looking forward to make sure that, of course, you will be the incumbent government, right, as it relates to when this election over. And I am confident as it relates to, you know, your accolades, your political representation, your goodwill, and most of all, let us leave it tonight, your honesty and integrity. Thank you, Dr. Kurt Waul, for making
Thank you.
And ensure that tomorrow you have some kind of mechanism against counter-protest put in place.
Yeah. I don't think the counter protesters will come.
That while we are demonstrating with some level of safety, right? No breach, right? Don't give them anything,
Yes.
right?
Yeah,
so
man.
use against
We already had discussions with the police, and the police have no issue with what we are going to do. And no one has any issue with what we are going to do. And I don't think anybody will stand against us because all the things that I have outlined are true. You understand? And everything that I've said, everyone knows what is going on. And I think that they will stand with me because they know that these are real issues facing the people in Southwest St. Catherine. And if we don't address them head on, then we'll never ever get them solved. You understand? As I've said before, the Jamaica Party Labour government is not an introspective government. They will not look into themselves to say that we have wronged the people, let us change course. As I said before, we have to beat and teach them. And that is what we intend to do.
Thank you, Dr. Kurt Waul. Thank
Yes.
you. All right. Now, people, let us get into the heart of our program. Can you imagine? But I tell you something, people, we have some bombshell here. We also have Zara Burton investigation into the drill. I don't think you want to leave and go anywhere for that, because that is exciting, right? As it relates to Zara Burton drill, do a deep dive into the drill. But before we get there, let us look on the snake oil salesman as it relates to Andrew Holness, right? Try to deceptive. And I want to show something to people, because people, what we are going to see, right, is the very reason, our reasons why we are not to vote, right, for the Jamaica Labour Party. Now, listen to this, people. Let us think of this. We have changes the things. Snake oil salesman. Let us get into this snake oil salesman, people. I want you to listen to this.
They asked the communications arm of the party to put together a document of achievements. And I talk frivolous achievements. And they have come back to me with a document of over 250 significant achievements of the Jamaica Labour Party. 10 years ago, there were people who felt that Jamaica was a basket case, that Jamaica would fail, that Jamaica would go bankrupt because our debt was 130% of what we produce in any 1 year. Meaning that if everything you produce, you put it together to pay off the debt, you still owe about 30% more. Today, we take everything that you produce and pay off the debt. We have 32% left for us. See how things change? And people never believe it could have changed. One time, more than 10 years ago, 13% of Jamaicans were unemployed. Today, only 3.5%. You see how the thing changed? One time, when budget are read, everybody worried because in a one term for your government, them raised $34 billion in tax, meaning that them go in your pocket and take out the money in order to fund the budget extra. You have had 10 budgets from this government with no net new taxes.
Pure.
And I will go on and on and on.
Take him away, man.
There was never a
outside, man. Painful listening.
Take him outside. My Jamaican people, I am happy that he said what he said, because we have the evidence that we are going to show tonight. Now, if you notice Andrew Holness talking about 10 years ago, people, let me tell you, the reason why he spoke about 10 years ago, right? Because really and truly, if he had spoken about 18 years ago, he would now establish to the people of Jamaica that the Jamaica Labour Party crashed Jamaica economy. He did not speak about 18 years ago. He spoke about 10 years ago, right? As it relates to his 9 year, right? And of course, the 2011, right, where he had run 10 years ago. Now, people, the reason why Andrew Holness hid that information, because if he had said 18 years ago, people will understand that it is the Jamaica Labour Party that wrecked Jamaica economy. And I'm going to show you. I have the evidence to prove it. Now, people, I'm going to show you where Bruce Golding is admitting that PJ Patterson had done well as it relates to PJ Patterson governance. People, have you heard what I just said? Bruce Golding had admitted that PJ Patterson had done well. Now let us show the evidence where Bruce Golding admitted that. No, Andrew Holness did not want to go back there. He didn't want to go back there. The reason why he didn't want to go back there because when PJ Patterson handed over the governance to Bruce Golding, Jamaica paid off all its IMF debt. Jamaica paid off all its IMF debt. The balance of payment was zero. Now, people, let us prove this tonight. Jamaica not going to IMF. This is what Bruce Golding said. But listen why Bruce Golding said it. Listen to this, people. We come with the history tonight and the facts. Now, people, let me read and show you how Bruce Golding confessed that PJ Patterson had done well and gave him the country in a good economic stand. Now, let us listen to this. Turn on. Okay, turn on.
I said scroll down and see.
Okay, all right.
Let us go back to
Okay.
click it again and see if it will.
Let us. No, that is not working. Okay, let us read. Prime Minister Bruce Golding has declared that the government will not be going to the International Monetary Fund for financial assistance as the country does not have a balance of payment problem. Now, people, there it is. This is the time when PJ Patterson handed over the country to him. And what Bruce Golding is saying here, Prime Minister Bruce Golding has declared that the government will not be going to the International Monetary Fund for financial assistance as the country does not have a balance of payment problem. Now, hear what the Bruce Golding said in open court. You seek IMF intervention when you have a balance of payment problem. You hear that, people? You hear that, people? We have not had a balance of payment problem for a long time. And when he spoke about long time, who was ruling before him? PJ Patterson. The Prime Minister stated as he addressed the post-cabinet press briefing held on Wednesday, April 8th at Jamaica House. He noted, however, that the consequences of the global financial crisis, including the downturn in the bauxite industry and the reduction in the remittance, could create some challenges. We are watching that situation very closely with the fallout of bauxite and alumina, which accounts for 60% of our merchandise export. And if we are only able to keep Jamaica plant going for this year, we are talking about possibly only about 30% to 35% of your traditional export capacity that will still be online, he pointed out. Now, I just want to show that document as it relates to him stating, right, that there was no balance of payment problem when he had gotten the economy. Take it away. Now, let us get down into further things. And before I release the next information, this is what I'm going to release now to people. I am going to show that as it relates to Bruce Golding, PJ Patterson had handed over a solid economy to Bruce Golding. But what Bruce Golding had done, because Bruce Golding, as a result of his policy, right, ended up went to the IMF, right, borrowed money from the IMF and paid and put Jamaica in a crisis. Now I have the evidence. Dear receipt where Bruce Golding admitted, right, that there is no balance of payment issue when PJ Patterson handed over the country economy to him. And so then Bruce Golding policies going forward have now put the country in dilemma. I'm going to show you. And where Bruce Golding has to end up, go to the IMF, borrow
money, right? And where it comes under certain austerity measures, where the Bruce Golding government had failed and collapsed the economy. Evidence. Let us go to the evidence. IMF lending case study in Jamaica. Let us go to the evidence. The evidence is going to speak of that. Let us go to the evidence. IMF lending case is going to show you what transpired as it relates to Bruce Golding government and how Bruce Golding governance put the country in its economic bind. Now, people, here is the evidence. Here is the evidence. That's why I'm glad when Andrew Holness came out with the line, right? So here's the truth, people. And remember, this information, right, as it relates to National Monetary Fund, the IMF, right? This is the IMF, there it is, the IMF, right, report. So this is not a report coming out of Jamaica, this is the IMF report. Jamaica and the IMF, right? May 2019, let us get into it now. After gaining independence in 1962, Jamaica enjoyed strong economic growth and achieved middle income status quickly. 3 decades later, income started to plateau, including following a massive financial crisis in the 1990s and a further setback after the 2008 global financial crisis. Challenges have ranged from policy missteps, right? And I want people to bear in mind that and a further setback after the 2008 global financial crisis. Remember that Bruce Golding went in between the period 2007 and came out 2011. Andrew Holness took over 2011. Challenges have ranged from policy missteps. I know we have said that, you know. I know we have said that, people. Is the IMF saying this? Missteps that led to high public debt, to vulnerability to natural disaster. So let us start now. Bruce Golding policies, right, resulted in high public debt. That is what it is saying. Now, let us move on. Immigration and brain drain and high crime. So then now, look now. By 2013, because Portia Simpson went in 2012, Jamaica public debt had reached a historic high of about 147% of GDP. Come here, Andrew Holness. Come here, Andrew Holness. See the evidence here? After the Bruce Golding-led government, right? Because Portia Simpson went in 2012, right? And this now report read out 2013. By 2013, Jamaica public debt had reached a historic high of 147%. That is what Mama P took over from the Bruce Golding. 147% of GDP, making it what? One of the most indebted countries in the world. Now, people, let us get into this. So then what Mama P had inherited, an economy that is failing and failing rapidly. We are not seeing, as it relates to the historic high of about 147% of GDP, which making it one of the most worst indebted countries in the world. So then think now of the hell, the blue mountain that rests on Mama P's shoulder, that Mama P has to bear and has to carry. Some sort of miracle would have expected, because how can Portia Simpson, right, went in and 2013, what Portia Simpson had taken over from Bruce Golding. Here it is, a historic high of about 147% of GDP. Let us reason, people. Let us reason, my Jamaican people. Make it one of the most indebted countries in the world. After a debt exchange in 2010, now remember, in 2010, this is Bruce Golding situation, you know. Bruce Golding is in power. And yet another IMF supported program that went off track, people. Now let's start the truth. Now I'm glad you come out with that in Andrew Holness. Because you don't want to go back to 18 years. You want to fool the people so you start out. Here, man. Come to the foundation of the problem, the source of the problem, just like your source of the problem starts from ADMAT, where you don't want to go back. We understand. This is your MO. Try to cut off the source of the problem, but make, as it relates to mystic sensation, showing up the source of the problem and show you what sort of economy Portia Simpson had gotten from Bruce Golding and how Portia Simpson had to struggle to fix it. So come now, my people, let us reason. After debt exchange in 2010, this is Bruce Golding governance. Bruce Golding was still in government. Another IMF-supported program that went off track in 2011. Now, this is now Andrew Holness. Under Andrew Holness leadership in 2011. And remember, in 2010, Andrew Holness was also in Bruce Golding cabinet. So you see how they wrecked the country? They wrecked the country and now want to pass on the blame. You understand, to the People's National Party and making it look like, you understand, it is their policy fixing the economic bind, when really and truly it is their policy that caused the economic bind, people. Here it is. Again, let me read it over, and I have the pleasure to read it over. After debt exchange in 2010 under Bruce Golding leadership, people, and yet another IMF supported program that went off track in 2011 under Andrew Holness. The country was on the verge of an economic meltdown. Andrew Holness, you never want to go back to the 18 years. Eh? You talk about 10 years. You don't want to tell the people. You don't want to tell the people as it relates to what Bruce Golding had done. You understand? Damaging the economy where you, Andrew Holness, was a part of his cabinet. And here it is. An IMF-supported program that went off track in 2011. In 2011, who was the Prime Minister, Andrew Holness? You, that you don't want to tell the people, you're the platform that talk about, you understand, 10 years of this and 10 years of that, with your lie itself. Let us read out your history. Let us read out your history. The country was on the verge of an economic meltdown with no access to international capital market. Andrew Holness, it is your government in 2011 have no access to international capital markets. Come on, Andrew Holness. Come on. You don't want to talk this history. Jamaica once again turned to the IMF in spring 2013. This is Mama Portia time now. That Mama Portia now and Peter Phillips, they have to go down on their knees and talk to Maxine Waters. We are giving three people. We have burned them up tonight. When it's proceeding, so remember now, spring 2013, Mama P, When it is proceeding, weak track record of reform, significant budget, right financing from international and development partners was less forthcoming. Jamaica needed a second debt exchange and a primary surplus of 7.5% of GDP to help stabilize the economy and address long-standing structural challenges. Now, come on, people. Look at what the request was. Hear what IMF said Jamaica need, people. Let me go through the patches. IMF said Jamaica needed a second debt exchange and a primary surplus of 7.5% of GDP to help stabilize the economy and addressing long-standing structural challenges. You know what Mama P have to do, people? Let me talk to you. Because a lot of people seem like them lost the issue. Let me talk to the people. Mama P have to now go into the NHT, right, and borrow some money from the NHT, you understand, to shore up the budget. To shore up the budget. Now, people, Andrew Holness, as it relates to his leadership, he criticized Portia Simpson and wanted Portia Simpson to give answers as it relates to what Portia Simpson had done because of Portia Simpson trying to fix the economy and the requests of the IMF. But you know what Andrew Holness is doing now, people? Let's talk to them in. What Andrew Holness is doing now is every year Andrew Holness is taking millions of dollars from the NHT. My Jamaican people, at one time, Portia Simpson used it. You know. This is the same hypocrite, the same vampire, the same Dracula, Count Dracula, now living at the NHT. You know. They take NHT on a yearly basis, you know, billions of dollars to push down in the budgeting. So you see how hypocritical he was. Now, let us read on. We are meeting tonight. You know. The public said enough is enough. The Economic Program Oversight Committee was formed. So then, in 2013, the Economic Program Oversight Committee was formed. Who formed it? Portia Simpson, not Andrew Holness. Not Nigel Clark. People want to see where I'm going when we're going through this information and solid evidence. Andrew Holness don't want many of you to listen to us, you know, because we are speaking the truth and we are presenting the truth. The public said enough is enough. The Economic Program Oversight Committee was formed so that stakeholders from the private sector, unions, government, academia, and the media could come together to hold the government accountable for its reform commitment and fiscal discipline under the reform program. So when we talk about fiscal discipline, right, that's done by Portia Simpson-led government, right? Now, physical and external sustainability have been restored. You know, you know, people. Look at that now. Look at that. Jamaica has achieved a level of unprecedented physical discipline. Look at both you have now. I'm going to do this, you know. Across two governments from opposing parties delivering a primary surplus in excess of 7% of GDP for 6 consecutive years. Take it away. Let me show you something, people. Where am I? Let me show the evidence now. Because the people, because Andrew wanted to come out and make it look like, you understand, its policies bringing down the national debt is following the plan of Portia Simpson. And stay on track with the plan of Portia Simpson. It is Portia Simpson who formulated that, and as it relates to Bruce Golding, leave the debt GDP to 147%. Portia Simpson policies. Now let us look on this as it relates to evidence, as it relates to Congresswoman Walters welcoming Portia Simpson for her success because they believe that the IMF believed that Portia Simpson would fail because the burden was too heavy that Bruce Golding had left. Come on, people, let us look at the document. The IMF expected Portia Simpson to fail because the burden that Bruce Golding had left behind was such a high burden. And so then when Portia Simpson came through with Peter Phillips, the IMF itself said, this is nothing short of a miracle. And when I see Andrew Holness now, as it relates to his level of corruption and what he had done to reverse the success of the People's National Party, Portia Simpson and Peter Phillips, is a crying shame. And so then, Jamaica, we are asking you to support the march against corruption tomorrow. Let us speak. Let us hear fruit, the testimony against a snake sales salesman, Andrew Holness, who's a con artist, a political con artist, a liar. And I will not hesitate in saying that he means a thief. Congresswoman Waters welcomed Jamaican Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller at reception with CBC Chairman G.K. Butterfield and Congresswoman Yvette Clark. I could go in night, people. January 27, 2015, Washington, D.C. Yesterday, Congresswoman Maxine Waters, ranking member of the House Financial Service Committee, welcomed Jamaica Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller at a reception on Capitol Hill hosted by Congresswoman Waters, Congressional Black Caucus, you understand, CBC Chairman, Congressman G.K. Butterfield, and New York Congresswoman Yvette Clark. Congress Yvette Clark, who is the Jamaican descent, delivered remarks at the reception, which was attended by Mr. David Limpton, First Deputy Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund, Francisco Premier, U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary for the Caribbean and Central America in the Bureau of Western Hemisphere Affairs, and other members of the Jamaican delegation, including the Honorable Dr. Stephen Vassiani, Jamaica Ambassador to the U.S., and Lana Johnson, Honorary Consul of the Consulate of Jamaica in Los Angeles. Now, during the reception, Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller thanked Congresswoman Waters and members of the CBC task force, including Representative Charles Rangel, Sheila Jackson, Lee Yvette Clark, and Gregory Meeks for their vocal advocacy in support of Jamaica. During Jamaica negotiations with the IMF, here now, people, these negotiations culminated in the IMF approval of $923.3 million arrangement under the extended fund facility for Jamaica on May 1, 2013. Now remember that IMF did wrote we off, as a result of what Bruce Golding did. So see it here now where Portia Simpson, right, as it relates to asking Maxine Waters to beg the IMF, and where the IMF agreed, right, to put us back in the program, and give us $923 million arrangement under the extended fund facility for Jamaica on May 1st, 2013. I really want to thank you, said Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller. Had it not been for you, we would not be where we are today. Let me ask Jamaica people, where was Nigel Clark? My Jamaican people, Andrew Holness now talking about this pay and fiscal discipline, you understand, and good debt management program. Let us ask Jamaica, where was Nigel Clark? Was Nigel Clark anywhere here? Honest, let me talk to you, Andrew Holness. Was Nigel Clark involved in this? There was no Nigel Clark. Oh, it is you. You understand, who claiming now that you maintain fiscal discipline. And who bring about fiscal discipline? Who fixed the mess that Bruce Golding put this country in, where Bruce Golding admitted that PJ Patterson handed over a solid economy to him? Who deal with the mess? No, we will never forget the Black Caucus and your contribution to Jamaican economy. You hear that? Portia Simpson thanking Maxine Waters. You know what Portia Simpson said? We will never forget the Black Caucus and your contribution to Jamaican economy. Your Mama P love Jamaica. A lot of people who disrespect Mama P, they are going to regret it. Your Mama P put out her heart and soul for Jamaica. Crawl upon our knees. Him and Peter Phillips to go and beg IMF and have to speak to Maxine Waters to talk to IMF for her. Come on, Jamaican people, where are they? Where are you history there? Don't sit on your brain and make Andrew Holness trick you. Don't do that. Andrew Holness is a criminal. And they're not hesitating in saying that. You understand? He must stand 4 years not having his statutory declaration certified. And you are listening to him. He should not be on the ballot. And you are listening to him. Shame and disgrace And any Jamaicans who are listening to this liar, let us go on. Congresswoman Walters commended Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller for her commitment to the people of Jamaica. Come on, people. True love from Mama P. The Prime Minister is profoundly concerned for the people of Jamaica. You don't hear that, people? The Prime Minister is profoundly concerned for the people of Jamaica as it relates to what JLP had done to this economy. It's business people, workers, children, and families, said Congresswoman Walters. A Congresswoman Walters, I said this, you know. People see it, you know, see the evidence, you know. Eh? But that's what's happening. But they're getting debt. But they're getting debt. When Portia Simpson fix the economy. But they're getting debt. No, the Prime Minister is profoundly concerned for the people of Jamaica. It's business people, workers, children, and families. Said who? Congresswoman Walters. It was because of her passion that we decided to do everything within our power as members of Congress to make certain that Jamaica got the assistance that it needed from the IMF. Jamaica people, when you hear this? Electorate, when you hear this? And we are asking the electorate to go out tomorrow and march against corruption. Don't make Andrew Holness the corrupter, the king corrupter of all corruptors. Don't make him win. Here's the evidence, people, where you need to look at. Congresswoman Waters also congratulated Jamaican officials on the country's sustained economic growth and job creation. Oh, come on, Jesus, peace, hallelujah. Congresswoman Waters also congratulating Jamaican officials on the country's what? Sustained economic growth. And you want to put them at a line up. They can learn. But never before. You understand? You know how wicked and that. You know? But hear this now from the truth. Congresswoman Waters also congratulated Jamaican officials on the country's sustained economic growth and job creation that prompted IMF Deputy Manager Director Minzu to describe the nation's economic transformation as what? Miraculous. As what? Miraculous. Let us read back that over and let Andrew Holness hear this. Share this out to Andrew Holness and them people. Congresswoman Waters also congratulated Jamaican officials on the country's sustained economic growth and job creation that prompted IMF Deputy Managing Director Minzu to do what? Describe the nation's economic transformation as what? Miraculous. Take that away on it. Amen, somebody. Take that away. So then whosoever wants to speak, and Andrew Holness, listen to Andrew Holness, there's a lot out there on his platform, political platform. Juggling lies and deceptions and misinformation, disinformation. Tonight you have the truth to say to him, if Portia Simpson and Peter Phillips have fixed the Jamaica economy. You can run away from the truth, but you can't hide. And we have the evidence. So when Andrew Holness telling his bloggers to come out and challenge us on social media, he is sending them on a suicide mission. Because we have the truth to bear. Now, without any further delay, let me just bring Melting Pot into the space because people will want to go in a Zara Burton report, you know, so we are, you know, let's go chip down fast, right? And, you know, based on what I presented, I want to hear what the panel has to say. So, you know, the man with the sledge, come on.
Yeah, I have to address the little garbage prime minister that we have. Because I'm just come every time and I just tell lie and it irritates me, you know. The man lied just irritate me in a way when I just feel mad in my spirit. Because in no way, shape, or form, the prime minister for just start with 10 years. If you go all the way back to 18 years ago, because that's how the foundation of what them do to destroy Jamaica. Led by Bruce Golding, with him a part of the regime. You understand? And we see them rack up the score to 147% of GDP. And then mash up the country and hand it over to Mama P. And Mama P and Peter Philip have to crawl upon them knee. And we know that for a fact, and we've been highlighting it on so many different programs. But here is this guy who watched the program them and knows so we know about it, still running out and tell Jamaican people lie. But at the same guy, when we see right now, the pan platform, I beg God forgive me energy. God now gain no more energy, Andrew Holness to rob the country. Because one work you do in Jamaica is rob Jamaica money. Somebody know God will give you energy for you and the Labour Party to continue on the rampage on the corruption. Because when you mash up Jamaica, you know, and you try to do the same thing to hand over the country to Mark Golding in a deplorable condition. But me know say right now, Jana make you do more than you can do right now, you know, because your time done already, you know. Your time up, you understand? I will eyes upon you closely. And remember, it's not like when Bruce did mash it up and hand it over. And we don't confiscate the loot them on the go on with. This time we have to confiscate the loot and put it right back in the treasury pot. Because you not supposed to sit down on the wealth where you sit down on in a struggling third world country like Jamaica and get away with it. When you cannot be certified for the past 4 years, when you take the Integrity Commission to court, all those things open up several can of worms for you. When you draw for this criminal guy, then it's strong to work on your behalf, to try to set you free. You cannot be free. You will never be free. So we are calling on the people to go out in solidarity tomorrow and ramp up the pressure upon this nasty Prime Minister and him regime. Ramp it up to the maximum. Don't leave no stone unturned. I hear him love talk about people that play political football. But I see him come out in a reggae boy t-shirt and play political football on the platform. I talk about him have 250 achievement. What kind of achievement you have? Your achievement stems and inch around corruption daily. So them should have tell us they have about 2,500, not 250. You have about 2,500 corruption hanging over you and your party. Corruption of all description. Remember, one of your biggest corruption where you carry out, you know, is the SSL scandal. The next one is the demolition of Clifton, where you don't have no court order. Where you run, go across there with your brute force and your ignorance. And you put people to live out a door. Shame on you, Mr. Garbage Prime Minister. Mr. 28 bank account. Shame on you. Because we have to make sure no so we put a lynch on you once and for all. And I yield back the floor to another member.
Jesus, the one that shot spicy and hammering. Oh, nothing but to get that. No, you know, we're not going to leave the lady too far behind. Mr. Pinks, squeeze in.
Yeah, good night again.
All right.
Yeah, good night again.
Good
All
night.
right. Yeah. Regarding Andrew Holness and his lies, you know, I think by now everybody, even the unborn child, knows that Andrew is a liar. Right? That's number one. Number two, when it comes to maths, right now, when you look on the 49 of them over there, not one of them can do maths. And if they can't do maths, basic maths like adding, subtraction, division, and multiplication, it means that they cannot do economics. And if you can't do economics, you can't run a country. And the basic information of calculating the GDP of any country is to know the population of the country. And up till now, we still do not know in 2025, when we have computers and all these gadgets, we still don't know how many people live in Jamaica. And whose fault is that? Because we have a prime minister who refused to pay the people who went out there in the hot sun to take up the numbers of taking the information and gathering information to their devices. The people have not been paid. And because the people have not been paid, we still do not know how many people are in Jamaica. So how can it come to a number of 3.5?
Exactly.
Where did he get this number from? Out of his hat?
It's crazy.
You understand me? How can you just make up a number and give it to us when you don't know the population of the country that you are supposed to be leading?
Exactly.
It makes no sense. Listen, all of us on our side here, we know maths. I remember as a child, my mother taking out her pay slip and showing me how she worked out the budget for the house. All right? How much she pay for taxes and everything like that. So you want to tell me this? We live in a country where the prime minister does not even know how to budget for his own house and how much, because part of budgeting, is to know how many people are in your household. Mother, father, children, a helper, a gardener, whatever other household expenses that you have. Whenever you're running your household, you're supposed to know how many people your household is catering for. So if you do not know how much people your household is catering for, how can you run a budget that covers everybody? It's either the
Exactly.
helper won't be paid, or the gardener won't be paid, or some child won't go to school, or some light bill or water bill will not be paid, right? So if you do not know the population of the country that you live in,
Stay
that
on.
you are leading, you cannot give us the information of the GDP. And all this time, it happened about 3 years ago. We still don't know the population of this country. For 3 solid years now. So you think about it. This man for 4 years cannot declare his assets. And for 3 years, he does not know how many people in the country that he's leading. People, do the maths. Where is the money to pay the people who went out in the sun to collect the data?
Lime hotel.
Exactly the point. Exactly the point. And I remember Dr. Peter Phillips getting an award for the Man of the Year from Gleaner Company for its accomplishments, what he did with the IMF when they paid off the IMF. I remember Portia Simpson Miller being given the cover of the Time magazine for her accomplishments of being a
Exactly.
good prime minister for our country.
Thank you for that, Pinks.
I remember also that whenever Portia Simpson went on the international stage, how our international people out there received her warmly and hugged
Yeah.
her and showed her love and respect as a leader of our country. And whenever she went to anywhere like the UN nations to make a presentation, we could see snippets of her speech and her presentation on international media outlets. And we were proud of her, knowing that the international media picked up her speeches and were broadcasting it? No. Laborites and Jamaicans on the borderline of who to vote for. Let me ask you a question now. Can you, in the past 10 years, show me an international media house that pick up any speech or presentation made by Andrew Holness on any international platform? Hello, I'm listening. I'm waiting. Right. When he went to America, they were they put him at the exit door. Hello, hello. Our respect have fallen because Andrew Holness and his administration has pushed our country back 30 years backward, 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 backward. Our respect gone internationally. CARICOM look at us as a joke. I mean, everybody talking about Bolt's money. Everybody talking about SSL money. Our health sector is in a shambles. Our kids now getting 30% or less in a high school, reading at a 70% of our high school students reading now at a grade 3 level.
Yes.
We have no hospitals. I mean, I have a friend who works at Cornwall Regional Hospital, and she told me that, she told me that when you come in to get any treatment or to be assessed by any doctor at Cornwall Regional Hospital, make sure you have to know that you have to pay for the instruments that's supposed to do your test.
Wow.
That's where we're going.
Really sad. Really sad,
That's
sisters.
where we're going. So if the hospital, which is supposed to be a government-controlled hospital, you have to pay for these services, right? Pay for pay for the assessment and pay for the instrument. It might as well, if you have the money, you have to go to a private medical center. So our health sector is gone, our education sector is backward, our our roads are in a shambles. I mean, everywhere you look, there is nothing. So when you talk about 250 accomplishments, where are they buried? Because I would like to go dig them up.
Garbage.
Please,
Garbage.
I would like to know where they are buried.
I don't
It's
want
like how I would like to
guys.
know where I can use my bulldozer go dig it up. You
All
understand? Because those accomplishments must be hidden somewhere because you can't brag about the CXC results, you can't brag about the hospitals, you can't brag about the highway because in Montego Bay Highway, which you push onto us right now, which is actually from Mama P's time that was being organized, right? He did not use his common sense and figure out and say, let us try and acquire the land that is privately owned that is going to be in the way of the highway before we start to cut the highway. They are doing it back way by actually starting the highway and now demanding the people to move out of them houses and close down their businesses to accommodate and go on to pay them the prices that they want to pay them. So it's a tyranny thing.
Definitely.
It's a bad man thing. It's a done thing. You understand me? And when we look at the pipe bombs that were found in a GLP stronghold, dynamites that were found in a GLP stronghold, and as my friend the Sledgehammer talk about how our friend Warmington give his cousin guns and so forth. We have the same issues here in St. James. We know who is supplying the people, and we were happy that 200 and odd guns that were found in the stronghold the other couple of weeks ago was tracked to Jamaica by the American agents, and they handed it over to the Jamaican authorities for them to continue the investigation. Well, guess what? They stopped it there because it was not in their benefit to continue the investigation to find out who the supplier was or is because no ghetto youth can load a container of guns from America for it to be tracked here to Jamaica. The Americans did their duty and passed it on to us. The same way the IC has done their duty and passed on the information for the FID and the TAG to do their job regarding Andrew Holness. Now we have 3 other reports out that are supposed to be tabled. All right? Let us see how far this chunk can go with his sitting in there in that office because we just have a couple more weeks left,
Yeah.
Couple more weeks left. He has to call the election by 11th of August. We are in June, July, August.
All right.
August going to be your last independence and emancipation celebration, Andrew. We need you out of that seat. No. We need you out of the office. No. Out, out, out. Time to go. Time to go. Time come
Thank-
for you to go.
All right. Thank you for that, Pinks. Wonderful punchline there. People, we have to get into the Sarah Burton investigation. So we're just asking you to wait a few. For persons, we know that Ratigan left to speak, Pastor Ricky. We're just asking you for brief time because we have to get into this report and we want the people them to get into that. Right? People in the chat, they want the investigation report, Zara Burton investigation to reveal. So let us brief, right, going forward. Yes, Brother Ratigan, go ahead, as it relates to what presented there.
Yeah, let me just, we have to be brief because we want to get to the Zara Burton report regarding
Exactly
the drill. Yeah. No, there's a clip going around and it's viral with Tony the Rebel and the Prime Minister in the studio. And the song go, Sweet Jamaica, what a nice place Jamaica is to live.
Yes.
Problem is, and the song supposed to say dollars now run. That's how the Prime Minister changed and said dollars soon run. But when is that changing the word soon doesn't modify the word problem. The song said the only problem is him not change that. So there's still a problem, and him said dollars soon run. Dollars are gonna run. What about the prosperity we did hear about in 2016? The dollars them can't no, right? But here's what happened. Let me take a different take now on the debt to GDP ratio. No, first, the accomplishments. Him say 250 accomplishments. I am willing to give him 250 accomplishments. I don't even want to see them. I'll just take him word at it and say it's 250. Here is my problem. What about the 750 we never accomplish? That me I talk about. We now focus on the 250 we accomplish because in promise, because in promise 1,000. He only accomplished 250. So the 750 still outstanding. That me I focus on. So there is a problem there. Now, my take on the debt to GDP ratio, I will give him that now. I will give him that. They're 70 something, right? Because I'm a pay it off at a breakneck pace. At what expense?
The expense of the people.
At the expense of not accomplishing the 750 I'm supposed to accomplish. Now, people don't make him fool when I'm telling about Jamaica is at 70 and it's cause to celebrate. Because I did this previously, and I'll do it again. I'll show you something right now. Let me read it. Jamaica is 70, what is it? Because says, we could give them 70. We could just tell them they're 70, right? Now, let me do in our country. The debt to GPD, remember no, Jamaica is 70. There's a country with debt to GDP ratio, 255%. Jamaica is 17 and we are celebrate that. There's a country at 255. You know what that country is? That is Japan. There's another country at 168. You know what country that is? Singapore. Then we have a country at 135. That is Italy. We have a country at 122%. Remember now, Jamaica, they are 17 now. You know what country that is? The US. Bahrain, one of the wealthiest countries in the Middle East, is 121. Let me just give a couple more. France, 111. Spain, 108. Canada, 108. So, what this tell you is that when them tell us that they are 17 to celebrate, there's nothing to celebrate about, because all them countries there have a far better economy than Jamaica.
Exactly.
Big difference is that they manufacture. Jamaica does not manufacture. Jamaica import. There's a huge trade imbalance. So people, when again, I beg on, when you hear them say them things, yeah, sit back, absorb, and then I want you to go and do your research. Go back and look and see if what they must say is actually so it go. I know so it go. I yield.
All right. Yes, Pastor Ricky, take it away quick because we want to get into the Zara Burton report. Go ahead.
The Prime Minister is a pathological liar and a deceiver, and there's no doubt about that. That's why none of his paid bloggers are effective. His paid communication team is ineffective, and I understand they're coming out with paid AI bloggers because their communication team and their paid bloggers, 80% of them live in the diaspora. They cannot compete with facts of video evidence, document evidence, like what you showed tonight. But here's the facts. I'm going to go all the way back to 1980, 45 years ago, when Seaga, Michael Manley, the greatest prime minister, lost the election and criminal Seaga took over. At that time, the Jamaica debt to GDP was 63%. Michael Manley gave him the country at a 63% debt to GDP ratio. Between 1980 and 1989, 9 years after Seaga got it at 63% from Michael Manley, in 9 years, the destabilization of the economy, firing public workers, closing down the factories, and poor management of the economy ran the GDP debt to ratio to GDP to 262%. So that's almost 100. That's 199% increase from when Michael Manley gave it to him. And then this is 1989 when PJ came in. The debt to GDP was 262%. And so under Prime Minister Patterson, he cut the GDP in half. He brought it down from 262% to 130%. That's a reduction of 132% debt to GDP under PJ Patterson. Then when he gave Bruce Golding over in 07, Bruce Golding inherited a GDP coming from 262% to 130%. And what Bruce Golding did, he increased the GDP. When he handed over to Mama P, it was 144%. So under Bruce Golding, it increased by 12% to 144. And then when Mama P came in and she got money from the IMF, thanks to Congresswoman Yvette Clarke, who's of Jamaican descent. That's why people at Jamaica need to stop disrespect people who live in the diaspora. Because if it wasn't for the diaspora who helped Mama P and Congressman, the late Congressman Charles Wrangler and late Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Miller and Congressman Meeks, Jamaica would be in a bad situation if they never stepped in. So respect the diaspora. Anyhow, when Mama P gave it to this prime minister that we have, she reduced it by 22% from 144% to 122%. And she also implemented policy along with Dr. Peter Phillips to put Jamaica economy on a stable trajectory to increase, to grow. and they inherit a booming economy. Unfortunately, she lost the 2016 election, but the policies that was in place is what they inherit, and Nigel Clark ran with it, and now they pay the interest on the debt, as Sir Rattigan said, it's down to about 70%. So we're just showing you, every time a Jamaica Labour Party government come in, the debt to GDP has increased, and the country economy has mushed up. PJ saved the economy. Bruce Golding come in and mush up the economy. Mama P saved the economy, and now we have a criminal prime minister that have the economy in a recession. Back over to you.
All right. Well said. Well said.
And that's the fact. And they can't do that.
Exactly. They can't go against the fact. Now, my Jamaican people, anyone there, you understand, on the coffee, on the crackers, and rare, blah, blah. Just big it up, because you are going to touch Zara Burton report into the new surgical drill deal deepens as FIRA procurement history with Meditech raises a red flag. We know that Zara Burton is one of the best as it relates to the Caribbean for persons who are calling now. Okay, so share. Okay, so people, let us take a deep dive into what Zara Burton, one of the best investigative journalists in the Caribbean, what she, uncovered. Security over 31.5 million. Scrutiny over 31.5 million neurosurgical drill deal deepens as SIRA procurement history with the Meditech raises a red flag. Medical Technology, Meditech Limited, the company suing opposition spokesperson and Dr. Alfred Dawes for accusing it of overcharging the government for a $31.5 million, in convertible amount, 200,000 US, $151 neurosurgical drill last year. Got 223 government contracts. People want to listen. Worth over $201 million. Convertible rate to the US, 1.8 million US dollars between 2009 and 2020, 2/3 of which received only one tender. But you don't know why you see this. But you don't know say I look on this. When we talk about the level of corruption in the Jamaica Labour Party, trust me, it reached a stage now which part Andrew Holness is trying to normalize it. Yeah. We have to come to the conclusion that Andrew Holness at this point, to the fact that his statutory declaration not certified for 4 consecutive years, and still try to, bully the system, that the system has to use it. Right? The criminal try to bully the system that, okay, although my statutory declaration cannot be certified, I don't know. So here he is, not signing the code of conduct because of its premeditated, conceived notion that is spread across, influence, his subordinates, and so then they all drink the Kool-Aid of the corruption sprinkled by Andrew Holness. Now, look on this. Look on it, people. Medical Technology Limited, the company suing opposition spokesperson and Dr. Alfred Dawes for accusing it overcharging the government for a 31.5 million, 200,000 US dollars neurosurgical drill last year. Got 223 government contracts in the people.
$201 million. 1.8 million between 2009 and 2020. 2/3 of which receive only one $10 people. One $10. The nepotism and the corruption. The database of quarterly contracts award shows that there were 152 such contracts worth $158.6 million convertible to US, $1.4 million during that time period from 5 government entities, with almost 3/4 of those awarded by the Southeast Regional Health Authority, SERA, the public body that bought the $31.5 million drill. Now, here it is, showing a diagram, right? And the one in green, Meditech, showing you, right, Southeast Regional, here it is. The one in green showing you that Southeast Regional, 74.3%, you know, right? After government contracts, you know. And we're National Health Fund, 3.9%. University of the Hospital, 19.1%, right? Can you imagine? This is a disgrace in the people. In the case of the neurosurgical drill, the contract was awarded to Meditech by Seaga after an evaluation of 3 bids. However, the dearth of competition the company has faced in other areas raises a question about whether Seaga has been ensuring that taxpayers are getting a fair price. This is serious enough about the internal billing. Yeah? Now, when you look as it relates to what the drill, using the highest price denominator at $6 million, and yet you bill taxpayers. The criminal government agreed for Seaga to bill taxpayers $31 million. And I asked people to vote for them, give them a territory. On the try to know that the prison term alone, you know. That me I tell you now. Try to know say at the prison term alone. Many of those contracts awarded by Seaga were small contracts to provide medical devices to individuals and who were awarded mostly between 2010 and 2012. Though the pattern continued in 2020, albeit at a lower frequency of note, no such contracts were recorded in 2014 and 2015. There are no contracts listed in the database after the 3rd quarter of 2020 because the Integrity Commission, citing a piece of its legislation, says it's barred from making further updates to the database public. Hey, yo, the level of corruption of it, Andrew Holness. Me not lie. Me not, hey, yo, you must go prison, you know. Now, look on this, people. See it here? 2009, there it is. 2010, right? You have to say about 28. 2011, said 42. 2012, watch this. 2013, 2014, 15, 2016, 2017. Now, let us read on. For the relevant years between 2009 and 2020, when the reference in the database to Meditech begin and end, because this being pronounced, more people if you understand this, you know, this being pronounced in Bruce Waul in era, and it continues to 2009, you understand, Bruce Waul, 2010, Bruce Waul, right? 2011, Andrew Holness, right? Now, for the relevant years between 2009 and 2020, when the reference in the database to Meditech begin and end, Seaga awarded the company 113 such contracts worth $72.5 million in conversion, $649,220, making the average contract size around $642,000,
right, in US, 5,746. The threshold at which competitive tendering is required unless there are unique circumstances or in case of emergency. When you hear that, people, used to be up to 500,000 or US 4,475 for goods and services until October 1, 2016, when the threshold moved to 1.5 million or 13,425. According to the database, 7 of the 113 contracts were direct contracting, and 2 of those 7 were above the threshold at which competitive bidding would have been required. You understand? So the corrupted government denied, right, others to bid on the contract. All the other 106 were limited tender or restricted bidding, meaning Seaga requested between 2 and 5 bids in each case, but received only 1 in return. When asked why only 1 tender was received in so many of the cases, even after requesting multiple bids, Seaga's chairman, Welfare Charles, told 18 Degrees North Seaga, put out many tenders, and no one responded from time to time. He then suggested seeking greater clarity from Seaga's personnel, because Zara Burton said they told her a lie. The public procurement rules state that competitive tendering is the government's preferred method of procuring goods, services, and works. However, in a situation where multiple bids were requested and only 1 received, the Public Procurement Office within the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service told 18 Degrees North, a public entity can proceed with that sole bidder, especially when time is short and the price is within the expected range. And yes, when the company is going to let off some of the money under the table for the government. So, though it would still recommend that the entity review its process to find out why the other suppliers didn't bid. Janet Kyle of Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal JAM described the frequency of there being only 1 bidder after multiple requests as highly unusual and a red flag. When you hear that, people? When you hear that, people? Because the contract, you understand, was given to their friend Seaga. You understand, because of nepotism and, you know, money are run under the table, with a kickback, you understand, and also taxpayer money, you understand, eat off, go in them pocket. Why not have grounds to accuse the entity corruption? Carla said the pattern should warrant a closer look by those tasked to investigate procurement concern, since this type of tender, where invitations are sent directly to selected suppliers rather than advertised publicly, they don't advertise it. They don't send it to Seaga, you understand, because of Seaga and the government in a corruption. Eh? Seaga and the government in a corruption. Right? Then that's why Donovan Williams, you understand, run shares in a Meditech. Eh? That's why Meditech get the contract. Because Donovan Williams are the shareholder, are the person who will share, because he knows who. Nobody can tell me, you know, so Andrew Holness not shares in this, you know. Creates a higher risk for favoritism or for suppliers to conclude, of course, the 31.5 million drill, core of the controversy. In the case of 31.5 million drill, there were 3 bids ranging from a low of 12 million US, 76,226, which Seaga said didn't meet the tender requirements, to a high of more than 50 million on looking at paper, US 218,000. Dawes said the successful bid from Meditech was in the middle at $31.5 million, just below the internal cost. Seaga had forecast of $32 million. Only the criminality, people. The real evidence what being rolling out, known to the fact that the cost of the drill and the highest level on the market would be just $5.5 million. Eh? Only to the corruption, that's all. Only to the big corruption, people.
Before you go any further, Sonia pointed out something in the chat.
Yes.
If you go back to the bar graph where they didn't get any contracts in 2013 and 2014, she said it's good to note who was the prime minister then.
In 2013?
2013 and 2014 when they were not awarded any contract.
Was Portia Simpson. Right? And during Portia Simpson time, that's a very good point. You understand, when they were not awarded contract. Let us get back to, let us mark here, Daz believe. Let us just get back to that and just come, because the person made a solid point, right? Because in 2012, you understand, limited, right? 2013, 14, 15, you understand? So they 2014, they didn't get contract because they say a Mama P as it relates to our integrity. You understand? And during the period of 2012, because here it is, you know, and we want people to understand the bar graph. 2009, we started under Bruce Golding. 2010, you understand, it started to hike under Bruce Golding as it relates to the amount of contracts. So this is where Bruce Golding, you understand, it started under Bruce Golding. In 2011, Andrew Holness, listen now, love the criminality, you know, don't look for the people. But Andrew Holness step in, you know, so right there, right? The amount of contracts being awarded, 2012, Mama P, right? It has to be limited. 2013, it get limited. 2014, none. 2015, none. Where Andrew Holness pick up back again. 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. And about that about 24 and 25, my God. Criminal them. I'm glad the person pointing that out. Okay. Despite the lawsuit, Daz doubled down on his position at May 30th, opening of his constituency office in Southeast St. Catherine, where he is opposition candidate for the upcoming general election. Daz said, after checking with various distributors as to the cost of each item people for the drill, Sarah buying the items piecemeal drove up costs unnecessarily. So them say them love Jamaican people. Look at our healthcare system, people. And how dilapidated our healthcare system is. And Andrew Holness administration, right, in collusion with Meditech, right, to rob with healthcare. To rob our healthcare. Taking away many resources that could have been used in the healthcare. $31 million. Not only that, it could have bought brand new drill. It could have paid for roughly about 5 brand new drills. And remember, people, the drill that they bought is a refurbished drill. Refurbished. Wickedness. This is extremely wickedness. Now, and that is one of the reasons why we have to go to march as it relates to the level of corruption by this Andrew Holness-led government. The brother are corrupted body now. The brother are corrupted, I mean, the man are trying to now normalize the corruption to the point where the man take on the court, wanting the court to strike out the Corruption Act that deal with illicit enrichment. No, people, when you see a prime minister do that, we don't really still for people who still have the GLP. I wonder, who don't walk on a brain, man? Who don't walk on a brain? No, under no circumstances. Under no circumstances. After we see them level of criminality, yeah. You understand? No circumstances, a Jamaican who they talk about progress, who they talk about building a solid economy, good governance. You understand? We ever consider to put the X beside the bed. When you look on them level of criminality, yeah,
by Andrew Holness. Remember, you know, when Andrew Holness left university, the man who was the man who was loaning, student loaning. The man who was student loan, and now we are looking at a prime minister who's a billionaire. Which other prime minister in the history of our politics have the money like what Andrew have? Talk to me, the people. PJ Patterson who served 3 terms. Do have 1/10 of what Andrew Holness having. And let him serve 3 terms. And this man who couldn't pay his student loan, right? Didn't have enough for his wedding. I forgot to fry fish. Can you imagine the wickedness? Whatever that, the wickedness. He also repeated without evidence a suggestion he had made previously on social media that despite claims by Seaga that the procurement process was followed, the way the entity arrived at the internal cost of 32 million was compromised. When you hear that, people? Because no one has given him a satisfactory explanation of how they came up with that costing. Them can't tell you. Them can't tell you, Dr. Dawes. Right? The persons who deal with the internal costing, them can't tell you. Their mission was to rob taxpayers. Their mission was to rob taxpayers, but you caught them with their hands in the cookie jar to the fact that you have now done your research and you found out that the highest cost for the drill, you understand, will be $6 million. Not only that you found that out, you realize that they could have purchased the set for less, far way less, and they didn't do it. The level of criminality from Andrew Holness, because no one has given him satisfactory explanation of how they came up with that costing. He had told 18 Degrees now that Seaga had said it had checked with doctors to come up with that cost. You understand? And all of the doctors them denying this, you know. People, all of the doctors them denying this, you know. You understand? Which doctor? Which doctor then check with to come up with the cost? They can't call no name and no doctor, you know. Because the doctors, you understand? The doctors them are all surprised of the thief for it. Tell them to call a doctor name. Which doctor they check? Lie, wicked, corruption, criminal. Even loud from the political platform, Seaga said it would cost 32 million and the bill reached 31.5 million. It not look good. It not sound good. It not smell good. My God, and severe is making right the notification of all of that. You understand? Pointing in red circle the internal costing. Now let us move on. When contacted, Meditech declined to comment. They're not going to comment. Meditech can't comment. And what it paid for the equipment, citing ongoing litigation. Can you imagine? Yeah? Now, how much you pay? Meditech, how much you really pay for the equipment? Eh? Seaga's chairman Charles didn't respond to a question sent June 3rd about how the entity came up with the internal costing of $32 million. How Meditech came up with that? How you come by what Jamaica people want? How you come by $32 million? And we know that the $32 million not only share, not only benefit you, you know. You understand? Who you give the kickback to? The person has also refused to respond to queries about the drill. Then if you were telling the truth, why never come forward and speak on the matter? Or the broader procurement pattern revealing the Integrity Commission quarterly contract award database regarding the frequency of multiple requests it makes for tenders while receiving only one bid in return.
The exchange rate used for our reference to the drill purchased last year was 157, right? 0.22, right? US $1 there. The average sell rate on the Bank of Jamaica website for 2024 for all the other contracts between 2009 and 2020, the exchange rate used was 111.73 Jamaican to $1 US, right? So last year, you know, see, the rate I used $157.22, right? The exchange rate between 2009 and 2020, the exchange rate was $111.73, right? As per US $1, the average, right, of the average sell rates for those years. Take this away. No, Brother Ratigan. Now, let me come to you as it relates to what you have seen there, right? And you have seen where internal billing, right? If you are to use the IS cost, the IS denominator as it relates to $5 million, put it at $6 million. The internal cost showing $31 million. What say you about the entire situation, Ratty?
And let me just start by saying, oh, what a tangled web we weave when at first we try to deceive. There are so many issues here. I've gone through the lawsuits. I've looked at essentially the affidavit by Mr. Williams. I've looked at the invoices. I've checked with the companies to figure out how much they charge for a drill. What is it? The 800 drill versus 200. And there are procurement issues. There are contractual issues. There are legal issues regarding the makeup of Meditech. There are issues concerning how much was paid, how much was charged, there are issues regarding the customs declaration. There are so many issues. You see in Zara Burton's report where Sarah said they're not going to tell how much they pay for the drill. We know how much they pay for the drill. We have two sets of invoices. We have the invoice that they put in the lawsuit, but we also have the invoice that they didn't put in the lawsuit. So we know exactly how much they paid for the drill and how much they overcharged the Jamaican public. They don't want you to know that. But when this Saturday we're going to put, I don't have it right now, it's upstairs. When we put it up now, they'll be forced to say how much they paid for it. We have done so much. We have done an audit as well. We have all of the information regarding this drill. And by the way, there are about 3, 4, 5, 6 drills. If you just look on the invoices, because what they came back and said is that, well, where you say refurbished, they're saying, well, those 2 refurbished invoices, they're not refurbished invoices where it says refurbished. They say it's not for refurbished drills, even though on the invoices they said drills. They said no, one is for parts and the other one is for a drill that they refurbished, just the drill itself. Then you have another invoice for 3 drills from China. That's 5. And then you have the one for the 800. Is it the 600 or 800? One is 200.
800.
So you have 2 for the 200 and you have 1 for the 800. So what they came out and said in the lawsuit is that, hey, Dr. Dawes messed up because he's talking about the 2 drills that they're not drills. They're like they're one is for parts and the other one is for a drill that they fixed, just the drill alone. The problem with that is that both of them charge the same $1,446.40, something like that. And the weight's different. One weighs 2 pounds, one weighs 1 pound.
1 pound.
But they say it's not the drill. Well, you know what? You could call Medtronic right now and purchase that drill set for $25,000.
Mighty God.
And it comes with the attachments. When you look at the invoice, you see where they take it out of the box and them start bill for each piece that came in the box. It comes as a set, you know. Comes as a set. And what they did was, instead of saying it's 25 grand and whatever they want to charge, it's fine. What they did was pieces in the box they charged separately for each. So you can see the foot pedal, you can see some other attachments, and those things that come with the thing and they charge separately for it. I said, why do you charge separately? It's 25 grand for the whole thing. So it's almost like somebody buy a car for 25 grand, and then when they come now, they say, oh, we're going to sell you the tire, we're going to sell the steering wheel, and them just build it up. And that's exactly what they did. And I tell you what, Williams, he's in trouble. If you read the statement, if you read the statement, you'll say he's in trouble. He's in serious trouble.
Exactly.
Because there were some amendments to the Companies Act in 2023. Forget about the Procurement Act, just the Companies Act. And the Companies Act says that you can't be a nominee shareholder, and there's a question now as to whether or not you can hold shares in trust, because he didn't say I'm a nominee shareholder. He said I'm holding these shares in trust, and he's been holding them in trust for years. And he said in 2022 it was decided that he should turn over the shares, and he said no, it's just a matter of formality before the shares will be turned over to the principal share, the person who actually owns the shares. We don't know who that is on paper. We know who it is, though. We know who it is because
exactly.
Yeah, we know who it is, but on paper we don't know who it is, right? And there are some serious problems there about registering, right, the shares as to the true ownership. There's some problems there. There's some possible violation of law, some violations of law right there. So this whole thing is a complete mess, and they got caught because what happened is that when if you look at the contract, right, Sarah says, okay, it's 32 mil, right? Well, that's what they say, but on the contract it says that they're buying it for 32 and a half or 31 and a half. Now here is something that I looked at. When you buy something like this, it comes with a warranty. Yet they spend 4 million to buy a 2-year warranty. Now I don't know if it's a 2-year on top of the one that they'll get or whatever they'll get, or they just it's just something that they put in there. But guess what? When you look at that invoice, there's no mention of that 2-year warranty. That 4 million is not on the invoice. The invoice is for 27 mil. It's not for 31. So you say, well, wait a minute now. Where is the 4 million for the extended for the maintenance? Where is it? And then another thing is that what they didn't show you the invoice from Medtronic. You see, they show you the invoice from Medtronic. You see, we get the invoice from Medtronic for the refurbished so-called drill, which they claim, that's parts, but they don't show you the one from Medtronic. Also, what we're going to show this Saturday, we have a copy of an original Medtronic bill, and it's a completely different bill from the one where them show the two of them show as a refurbished. It's completely different, and we're going to show it. We're going to show it.
Right.
To the bottom, completely different.
Let me ask a question. In terms of we establish, right, that MedTech, right, as it relates to their invoice, and what the other one there? Medtronic. And where it appears, based on what you're looking at, the manipulation of invoice, isn't that tantamount to fraud? Definitely fraud.
Yeah, but here what happened now. Medtronic, started opening up, and apparently some phone calls were made. And in the lawsuit, they said that the day after Dr. Dawes had his press conference, Medtronic called Meditech. So the company in America called the company in Jamaica and said, what's going on? We don't believe that to be the case. We don't believe that to be the case. We believe that if any calls were made, the calls were made from Jamaica to the
Jamaica to
Yes, not from the United States. Them too busy. Them not worry about Dr. Dawes at a press conference. No. We don't believe that to be the case. So this whole idea about what they paid for it. And by the way, if you want to get a really good look at the company Meditech, just go to JAM's website and go down to procurement and just procurement. You go to contractor and then you put in Meditech. Two companies will come up: Kroll Medical and Meditech Medical Technologies, right? And you will see how many contracts they received up to 2020, as you mentioned. But what's even more important is how the contracts were awarded, because there are 4 ways of giving contracts. 4 ways of giving contracts. One of them is where they just give it to you, no competition. They just call you and say, hey, Byron, see a contract here. Another one is where they'll say, okay, guess what? Melting Pot, Pastor Ricky, Pinks, here what we are doing, we'll put a contract out and the 300 bid against it. I have a problem with that, because then if you have a click, them can just rotate the contracts, them. Just same set of people and them just rotate the contracts, right? Then you have another one called emergency, where them say, so-called emergency, and when you know, it's similar to the one where them just give you a contract. Them just say, boy, this is an emergency. And the last one is the one that most people think of when they think of tender, the tender process and a bidding. And that's where they advertise it to the general public. And when you look at Medtech's contracts, only 3% of their contracts came through the general, the general bidding process.
Yeah.
Most of them came through the one where it's like the 3 people and they just rotate it. And that's what we believe, them just rotate it. And then they also got a lot where it's just them alone get the contract.
One tender.
No tender, nothing. Them just hand them the contract. Just say, look, why you deal with this contractor? I mean, the whole process here is rigged, man. It's rigged. And this minister here, Minister Malahoo Fort, she has made a claim time and time again that her ministry is there to protect the Jamaican public and to review laws such as ROPA, the Financial Administrative and Audit Act, the what the other one name, Procurement Act, Companies Act. All of these, they're supposed to review them and bring them up to date. And guess what? None of that not really happening. The only one is the Companies Act, where them do an amendment in 2023. But for the most part, these acts them just did. And if you read them, if you take the time and read them, you find so many loopholes, because those things were written years ago and they weren't written. The law is not static, the law is dynamic. And so when they wrote them, they were probably good at that time. But right now things have changed and they're not that good anymore, and nobody's there reviewing them and making changes to them. So that's why these people keep doing these things and getting, and they know they can't get away with it because nobody's looking at it, nobody's paying attention. But as them said, time come, we run and we are look on them things and we are scrutinize them and we are saying, no, this don't make any sense. How does this make any sense? And we are asked questions, and that is the problem for them. So that's why right now, you see all of them people, the medical thing, Meditech people and them come below. I am getting word from very, very reliable sources that they are extremely concerned right now, that them not sleep. That the more you talk this thing, then they're not sleeping. And now you see Dr. Dawes go now and Dr. Dawes say, okay, I'm going to give this to the Integrity Commission as well as MOCA. The only thing with it is that Dr. Dawes, the 2 invoices that he put out, those 2 invoices, they're not for the drill in question. They're for something else. They're not for the drill. But it raises the question that, wait a minute, are these invoices legitimate? Because we have invoices now where show that this is not how the companies invoice. This is not how they look. This is not how they're supposed to look. Because like the first thing is when you look at the 2 invoices and you look at the date, it's written 13, I think it's 13/10/2024. American companies don't write date like that. It would be 10/13/2024 because there's no 13th month. And in America, they put the month first, followed by the day, and then the year. In the Commonwealth countries, them do it the other way around: day, month, year. And then when you look on the invoice, you know what you see again? You see 2 invoice numbers. And I have a phone call right now. It's 18 minutes long. We played only 3 minutes out of it. And out of the 3 minutes of it, you hear the person ask the company, hey, run them invoices, them invoice numbers there for me. No such invoices no come up. And then the person asks the Medtronic person one critical question. He said, listen, he said, from where you are, can you, if somebody get an invoice from another Medtronic location, are you able to access it from the system where you have? And she said, this system where we have, this system covers the whole place, covers the whole world. If you get a Medtronic invoice from Oyo, the person said, I can still see it, and I don't see the invoice numbers where you have. So some of the invoices them have 2 numbers. Then the invoices them have something which is rather strange. Them have a seal upon them. Where you see in America, people put seal upon
invoices.
That's a Commonwealth thing. And then guess what happened? The invoices what we will show this Saturday, invoice come from England. Guess what? There is no seal. And this is an authentic. This is the real deal what we get. This is the real deal we get. And no seal. And guess what? 1 invoice number. Not 2. When you're in the system. Like the ones in where Dr. Dobbs did that show. So there's a whole lot of problems with this thing, man. A whole lot of problems. Whole lot of problems. And we just have touched the tip of the iceberg. Because it's almost like every day I get some information. Somebody send me a document, or somebody call me and say, hey, or somebody provide me. We have right now we have an audit. They have an audit of the whole thing. And the source coming back to that and said, don't publish it yet because there's more to come.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a mess, man. It's a mess. It's a mess.
Trouble and the horizon.
Yes.
Agreeing.
So what we are looking on, as it relates to the little charade that taking place, right, as it relates to lawsuit and all of that, right, is just a little scare tactics they are using. But really and truly, when it gets into the court, it's a different kettle of fish.
Look, when you read the lawsuit, right, and I urge everybody to take a good look at it and then look at the attachments, right? Because the attachment, you have the contract and you have the invoice, and then you have Mr. Williams' law certificate. You know what role that play in it, but they put a whole bunch of things in it if it does pad it, right? But when you read, if you read the substance of it and then you look at the contract, you only need to look at 3 things essentially. You need to look at the complaint, you need to look at the complaint, the invoice, and the there's one other thing, the complaint and the invoice. Can't remember the other one. But when you look at those, especially the complaint and the invoice, when you look at those 2 things, you quickly realize that something is wrong. You quickly realize that, wait a minute, this no look right. It was a hurry come up job. Them just do this for kind of shut him down. That's what them do. Them do it for shut him down.
Okay.
But the thing about it is that there's no gag order, so him can still talk,
Yes.
There's no gag order. So, I mean, if Dr. does want to come on show, him can come and talk because there's no gag order at all.
Okay.
But his lawyer will allow him to do that. They might tell him, say, eh?
Yeah, that was what he was talking about. Was the invoice from the custom?
Yeah, there's an invoice from the customs. Yeah, there's an invoice from the customs. Yeah, I mean, it just not make any sense. It's not adding up. It's not adding up. Not adding up.
Definitely not adding up.
Here's another one. Here's another one, Mystic. You're gonna laugh when you hear what one. You see, when you look, people, if you don't believe me, go look on the thing. Go look on the lawsuit and look on the attachment where say invoice, right? Look on it. And this is the invoice that them provided to customs. Also, them bringing the ink. This is something else, Them bringing the drill using the government of Jamaica. And I don't understand. Them claim that this was normal procedure, but is them supposed to bring it in, Them buy it and bring it in on a Ministry of Health.
Then here's another thing now. When you read it, when you look at the invoice and them separate all of the parts, most of them come in a box, but them separate all of them and bill separately. Guess what happened? The bill, the total comes to 27 million. The 4 million for the maintenance, we make it up to 31.5. That 4 million is absent. So here's a question me ask. If it's 27 million and you have 4 over here for the maintenance, that come up to 31.5. How will you make money? If the parts cost 31.5, then how will you make money? On the bid, Oh, and guess what? In the lawsuit, William said that they spent a lot of money to prepare and put this bid together. He said there was a lot of administrative and expense costs associated with this. So, on do it for free. How on pay 31.5 million for the equipment and the maintenance, and there's no accommodation for your profit. You don't make no money. And this of them get catch because guess what happened now? We have the other invoice.
Exactly.
We show how much them pay feet and how much them charge the people. So me name not to show that invoice. Me just have to ask them, say, okay, we no profit there. We no do this as a business. We not do this as a charity. We not spend money and prepare the bid. I want to get the bid. But now when we look, me see the contract is 31.5. And me say equipment and maintenance 31.5. So where for no profit there? Them have to come answer that question there. Where for no profit? And then you're gonna know how much them pay feet. And they better not lie, because me have the invoice. So them better not lie.
Okay, so Ratty, the invoice that you have, right, showing the real cost,
yeah,
and what they are presenting, right, that show a contrast to the invoice that you have. Let me ask you, are you seeing a clear case of conspiracy to defraud?
Yeah, man. Because here's what happened. I spoke to people in the industry, and them said generally the markup is about 10 to 20%.
Yes.
But we are see, some of them things that we are see like 50%, 75%, a huge markup.
Yes.
Huge. I remember now, it's 25,000, for the thing, and them sell it for almost 200,000. So you can see the markup already. 25,000, the thing costs 25,000, and the contract calls for $198,000, almost 200,000. So you see the profit margin. But what them do, them try to hide it now. Them hears for shut up doors. Them take out everything and start itemize it, and them so fool, them itemize it for the exact amount of the contract. So now when you say, well, wait a minute, hold on a second, then how much money you make? How much money you make? If you don't pay all of this money for this thing, then how much you make? Because them don't want to show you how much they make. So them don't show you the first invoice, the one that me have. Them don't show you that one there. Them show the other one I'm fighting at the lawsuit. But the one of the lawsuit, it faulty because it show parts only coming up to 27 million. And we don't see the 4 million for the maintenance contract. So make we say them have a separate contract for that. That's 31. So again, the question is, so where your money there? How much money you make? Because you don't look like you make no money. But then when we go to your lawsuit, we see where you say you spend a whole heap of money to prepare the contract and this and that, and you prepare the bid and blah, blah, blah. But you look like you do it for free. Actually, it look like you do it at a loss. Because it's not even like you do it and you never have no expense. You have expense administrative, and you have thing that cost. So they must go explain that one there. How 31 million are only for the maintenance contract and the parts, and them not look, you're not business, may take in a business to make money. Maybe not business to make money. So when you look at where Mr. Williams saying at the beginning about how much them spend to get this bid, and then you go and you look at the contract, you have to ask yourself the question, where is their profit? Where is the money for their effort? And you don't see it on the invoice. There's another invoice where it's on that invoice. And that's why them can't sleep. Them can't sleep because them get catch because them in a hurry. You know why? In a hurry for shut up Dr. Dawes. So them say for file the lawsuit, then him not go talk. And in a them hurry for do it, them cook up a whole bunch of things. And then up to now, we still don't see the invoice from Medtronic. And Medtronic now, Medtronic shut down power. Medtronic that give provide, but we don't get information enough from Medtronic. And Medtronic just go so. And just shut up. Them just shut down power. But we get enough already out of Medtronic. So we're all right. Like I said, we have a tape 18 minutes. And we only play 3 minutes outside so far. More to come, people.
But Ratty, let me ask a question now, which is troubling, seems troubling. We are speaking particularly to culture, right? As it relates to the behavior that we have seen with MedTech. So let me ask you, can our original $2 billion to start, refurbish, right? And now escalate to $24 billion. Is there a similar pattern as it relates to internal overcosting?
Of course. And don't forget the 6, in the budget we just passed, for Cornwall. So it's 24 and counting. Right? Can I put another 6 inside it? We mustn't forget that.
So that's 30.
Yeah, them put money in the budget for complete the Cornwall region. It never stop at 24.
But hold on. Look back up since you said that Ratty. Isn't that Tufton came out and said the amount that we are attributing as it relates to the total spend at Cornwall Regional Hospital is a lie?
Look.
And then if he's saying so, then $6 more billion budget provided for that. If he's saying that what we are saying is a lie.
That man cannot be trusted because that man, I remember him when he said, right, when we asked him specifically about the cost overrun, you know what his explanation was? He said, and it's on tape, it was on Lonesome Show, him said, listen, mistake I made was I contracted with local contractors. And he said, local contractors, they know how to build hotels. They don't know how to refurbish and build hospitals. And him said, what happened when we start take it down, we start find mold and we start find this and we start find that. And he said, we had to reach out to the diaspora and people overseas. He said, there were diaspora members who came in and took over the project. This are years ago, This are not today. It's years ago. And so the money just keep on just disappear. Then put it in and it just disappear. Put it in and it just disappear. This is what he said years ago. He said this years ago. At least 2 years ago, he said this. And it's just a money pit. Them just keep throwing money down in it. Just keep throwing money. And you see them come out with a little PR stunt the other day. Them finish up a little admin section of the hospital. And then make all kind of video and a show. And we are saying, hold on a second. Show around at the back. Who wants to the back of the people and lay down on the floor?
Can't do it. Can't do it.
Front part, show around at the back. He said, no, the back soon already.
All right. What on the Ratty? We have a caller online on the live here. Yes, caller. You're live on Mystic Sensation. Go ahead. Yes, Carter.
Turn on the device in the background.
Can you turn off the device in the background, please? Turn the device off in the background. Yeah. Yes, go ahead now. No, I didn't get to listen because I was at work.
The minister said, 9 billion had him spent, not 23, I don't know what I said, 24. 9 billion the minister said spent. So who got 23, 24, I'm not coming with wrong information, brother.
Tell him show the invoice.
No. Hold on. Caller, hold on. and we do come with wrong
The
information.
Auditor General said that.
It's the Auditor General, you know. So remember, I know we do, I know we are say.
We don't care what he
Don't say
said.
the Auditor General is working on the case. We are the Parliament too. Pastor, now spend the Auditor General work on the case. So when it done,
Tell
everybody
Tufton produce the invite.
but that rather gonna say 23, 24. You know, just so yet.
No, hold on. Hold on. All right. You as an investigator, put yourself as an investigator, right? And you, one source is saying 24 billion, and the other source is saying 9 billion. It is the process of investigation is going to reveal the truth, you know, don't. So, all right. So then we can't say, okay, Tufton is telling the truth. And we don't know as it relates to what the Auditor General provided, right? It is now investigation and where documentation has to present, you understand, to surface the truth.
Hold on. Hold on. Scholar.
All right.
Carla, do me a favor, Carla. Do me a favor. I want you to go to the Gleaner. All right, there's an
article. We are going to bring up the article and let him see it.
Yeah,
you understand? Let him understand that it is not Mystic Sensation is saying that. Bring up the article. Let wife bring up the article so that he can see the article.
Yeah, and this one was the article it's dated February 15.
February 15. So stay on the line. We are going to bring up the article and let you see it. This is not Mystic Sensation or Ratigan saying that.
And guess what, Mystic? Guess what? It's the government release the information, yeah.
Yeah, but my brother, you can't talk off of them. You understand? Remember, you know, they are known liars, you know. You think, hold on, you think they are going to talk the truth? Come on. You know better than that, my brother. So let us bring up this article.
February 15, 2024.
Right. Gleaner.
All right, we are going to show you this document. We are going to show you the document. Hold on.
I'm a supporter, man. I'm not believe that.
No, man. And
he's inquiring for the truth, you know, and we're willing to present the truth to him.
Yeah, but I believe that the minister who just talk on a show and proof of what he must say.
Yeah, man. I hear what you're saying. All right, you want no. See here, my brother. See here, my brother. You talk to me. See here. See it up there now. You look on it. Revised cost for Cornwall Regional Hospital rehabilitation now at $21 billion. So what do you say?
So him say only spend 9
million.
No,
him only spend 9.
Repeated.
With no proof.
No, well, no. Look at the date. Look at the date.
No. All right. You may say no, my brother. See the date, yeah? Thursday, February 15, 2024. Revised cost for Cornwall Regional Hospital rehabilitation. Now at $21 billion.
Lady Ann, go up a little bit so you can see where the information come from. Go, no, the other way.
No, hold on. And the cleaner, hold on, remember that. And the cleaner, they said the
cleaner would have been sued if they were telling.
And the cleaner would have been sued if they are telling lies. Think of it.
Lady Ann, go up a little bit.
The cleaner would have been sued. They would have sued the cleaner if the cleaner was telling lies.
Do everything down to them own woman.
You know that. So then, when he came out and talked about he only spent $9 billion.
Lie, Matthew.
No, lie. That's a lie.
Hold on a second. The lady, and go up a little bit with it, please. And look at the first
right,
paragraph.
Because more you look on it in the call.
What you asking?
You understand? I don't want you to come off the line. More you look on it and show you what I show you.
Oh, you mean down? You mean down? Go down.
Yeah, the first paragraph.
Okay.
Keep going. All right, stop right there. Stop right there. No, go back. Go back up. Go up. Go up, please. Up. All right, stop right there. Stop.
Yes.
Carla, why you read that?
So, Carla, read this. Let me read it to you, Carla, so you can understand. The total cost for the redevelopment of the Cornwall Regional Hospital in St. James is now estimated at $21.4 billion. According to new, according to what? New budget documents released by the government.
Exactly.
You see that, Carla? More you see it for yourself, you know.
I'm always run out and set things
Well,
without.
Tough to tell lie. Tough to lie.
Tufton is a pathological liar, man. PR. Prison him for God.
Yeah. Yes, my brother. No, I'm going to talk to Shaka. But,
I'm going to post this tomorrow for
all right.
all the page.
And 2 days ago, them said 54 days.
Two councillor, no put in the secretary thing, right?
Yeah.
And charge the two from the opposition, one from the JLP. Because we are listening today, you know, because it's sent to the parliament today, you know.
All right. But go through that thing, Carla. Hold on there. Go through that thing. Let me read a little bit further in the document so that you can be enlightened. All right. What's this now? Yeah, hold on the card. Let me just read something short. The total cost for the redevelopment of the Cornwall Regional Hospital in St. James is now estimated at $21.4 billion, according to new budget document released by the government. Remember, I said the Gleaner put out this, you know, and if this is false, they are going to sue the Gleaner. Watch this now. Look, we're going to the detail now, Carla. That figure includes, so then go break it down for you now, Carla, so you understand. That figure includes the controversial $15 billion contract that the cabinet last year approved to the Chinese firm ZDA Construction Limited, despite the Public Procurement Commission claiming that the Ministry of Health and Wellness presided over an irregular process. You understand what I'm saying, my brother?
Tufton forgot that part, yeah.
so we are showing you the evidence, my brother. We not go around you and try to make the government look bad. We're going to show you the evidence what we have. You understand? And if we go down further, I know. Yeah, man. Look here.
But when they talk, you need to go and research because nobody knows
All right.
talk on themselves.
Yeah, you have to research. Don't listen to what Tufton say, my brother. You understand? Do your research. You have Google search engine, and then if it's research like this now, it's going to tell you now that am I all liar?
You can't take them at them words.
You can't take them for them words, my brother.
Yeah, them
You
never
understand?
put
Because you want now.
evidence.
We understand where you're there, you know. You are somebody who want the truth.
But let me remind you of something Nestor Morgan said, never believe the word of a politician. Them say one says so.
You understand? And my brother, you got yes.
Push it up into what me tell you, when me hear the man say to the 9 million in spend, so that's why me call and I tell her when me hear.
Yeah, but
Shaka, same way, you get me?
exactly, my brother. Because Mr. Seaga on for the truth.
So
Yeah. So yeah, you know, because when you look at this, and you what this I say, the ministry rejection the assertion, the estimate expenditure for the 2024 to 2025 financial year. You know, table in Parliament today stated that the initial estimated cost for the hospital project was just over $5 billion. You understand? However, it said the figure has been revised to $21.4 billion. You see that? All right. So I'm glad you see that. All right. And feel free to call anytime because you're going now. You are here searching for the truth because at the end of the day, you want to make an informed decision, my brother. Exactly, my brother. Exactly. Yes. You understand? We don't put out, let me tell you something. Mystic Sensation now go put out anything which part is of his perception. Now we have put out document, you understand, the source where you can go and
get the truth. You understand, my brother?
Credible. Yeah.
Bless up yourself. Yeah, man. Right again. Yeah, you
Yeah.
Yeah, him say go and talk to my ear.
Oh no. The 21st. The 21st.
21st.
Saturday. A week from this Saturday. Hey, why you show up, you know, brother? Why you show up, you know?
21st, not 31st.
Yeah, the 21st.
21st.
Yeah, man. Why you show up, man? Why you show up? Here, sir?
And bring the family with you.
No, a week from this coming Saturday.
Bring the family with you.
Yeah, man. Bless up yourself, my brother. All right. Hold on. Let us get Sister Pat in here. Yes, Sister Pat. Yeah, go and speak, Sister Pat.
I'm on fire now.
Bless up yourself.
Hold on.
Sister Pat, what go on? All right.
Feel better soon.
I just, man, well, I don't know, maybe, yeah, don't know, I'm not sure. Man, I just drop myself from the page and drop asleep. Anyway, good night and welcome to everybody.
Bless up yourself.
And
yourself, Sister P.
Listen, man, me not catch a topic I did something, but guess what? One thing what you beat me. With this woman, when said the woman to get charged to shape the Prime Minister. No. Me want to ask a question. Me emperor you. Me have right to shake your hand. Enough if you shake your hand.
The situation is madness, sir.
2006, when Error Blair at the PMI Holness refused to share the man hand. No, I never thought, but this woman, you know where she come from, where she hatched from. I got discriminate the woman. I said the woman need to get charged because when government official, you can't treat himself. Why these people won't wake up?
Simon has somebody like everybody else.
Exactly.
Why these people won't wake up? I was in Brownstown Saturday, and when we see the few ghosts them, we make sure walk for find them. I have that money ever come in front of me, and me that make record. oh, you feel no. Oh, you feel is a snake. No, see a snake go bite you, and you go put yourself make it bite you. I say sorry, you done.
Exactly.
Eh? Me not right to shake nobody and brothers. But that is my right. Me not shake nobody and so these things people are now wake up in this thing and learn.
You're perfectly right.
Say, the Prime Minister and the Member of Parliament, how we employ them. It would be bad if the woman push out her hand and him refuse. And that's why go back. But we don't right to shake up nobody hand. And to what's happening in Jamaica. I want to tell some of these diaspora people, you are in America. I've never been to America. You have your thing, but when they're on the ground, and we are telling you what happening. Why can't you believe? You live in America, and you listen to the Prime Minister and his friend because you're affiliated to them. You know, see the video them and the people them where suffer. You see the video. Maybe can't tell you no mistake. In Jamaica, every law, when it comes to labor law, have been breached out there to the common people, as you call it. Probably not to the hierarchy, but to the common people. All people with Kyrie can't get them pension. Can't get them pension. Imagine you live at country, you work, you serve. All your young, youthful days you serve. And now you reach a twilight there. And you can't get a little something to buy, the little medication, the little food. Eh? What can go so? And when it comes to these people, tough than anyone, me them in a parliament, attack, pay bull crap. Them not realize that the tight earth, people have sense thanks to social media.
social media open people eye. I met a labor woman. We are start labor. And she said to me, say, let me tell you something. This is a party in a labor party. I don't know what, but me can never vote back to this party. Yeah. And she serious. Serious.
Exactly.
Because Andrew Holness go around and tell people some stupidness about Andrew Holness have a audacity to go say a cleaner people in a failed party than the next party. With 99.9% of them tainted. Use an incumbent. I not even know they were an incumbent thanks to social media. Use an incumbent for 2 terms. We are grown and beg people and tell people what you have to do and where you have to do. And you have to fix road, and you have to fix brownstone market, and you have to fix road from this up to this. What you do within 2 terms, what you know?
None.
If you come and you promise me 4 something, and you give it 3, and 1 then you don't say, all right, at least it's right. But you don't do nothing. And you pour a content about where you have to do and where you have to do. What can go so, brother?
I'm not tell you to stop on. Madness.
Brother, make I tell you something. The work will put in every week. We the Jamaican people, especially the ordinary people like myself, cannot pay on the feet. I want to tell you more thanks and more thanks and thanks. People in open up their eye, we are sick and we are learned and we are going to do the right thing. We are going to do the right thing. And because somehow we know they're on social media, but we hope they are champion and attack. Even spark me work, they're not too much in me, because I'm a content no one something, I just tell them straight. So I say, you know, can't fire me, because me couldn't take my good finger and put through me. So no can fire me. People want to feel like, right? I will not know where to go. We can't go to Ministry of Labor. And Ministry of Labor are our friend. You understand? So, gentle people, we go back in a class.
All right, bless up yourself.
Blessings.
First, rain and shine.
Blessings.
I shall be there.
Exactly.
Yes, and me recruit some people.
Hear me?
So, me don't know it on my turn, yeah.
All right. Thank you for that, Sister Paul.
We are coming, yeah.
All right. I could have speak up with yeah, I could have speak up with short Sister Pat left off because Sister Pat brought up something as it relates to the handshake. And when I do a local research, you know some melting pot and Pastor Ricky and Brother Rattigan and things. You understand? I am going to highlight something here.
Yeah.
And it's to the fact that some Jamaica Labour Party supporters want to chastise this woman to the fact that she didn't shake the Prime Minister's hand. But look here, people. Look where we are going now. I'm going to show you something which even worse than the shake and business, you know. We caught Andrew Holness here to people. So you see, sometimes when you have social media, GLP vloggers, you understand, talking them bull crap. Look what Andrew Holness find himself in a mess as a result of this shake and business here. Now here it is. Andrew and the Bishop, published Thursday, October 5th, 2006. Martin Henry. Andrew Holness has been made to apologize for refusing to shake hands with the head of the Peace Management Initiative and political ombudsman, Bishop Aaron Blair. The bishop is here to apologize publicly for refusing to shake hands with Holness, who later offered his hand as a peace offering. I am always weary of enforced apologies, and the leader of the JLP, Bruce Golding, having publicly stated that he would insist that the young member of parliament apologize. It is hard to determine whether the heretical Andrew has genuinely recanted or is simply complying with an order in order to save his political hide from a hiding. Andrew mounted, listen to this paper, because we can't believe We can't believe some I read this, you know. Hear this now, people. Andrew mounted a powerful case for not endorsing the bishop's peace march in his constituency. He accused the Peace Management Initiative of hypocrisy and said it was supporting politicians of questionable character. Hear this now, people. Holness said several regulations set out in the political code of conduct. People, who come here, people, who run, come here. All of the social media people, them who run, come over here, so. No, sir. Melting Pot, Pastor Ricky, Pinks. No, Brother Rattigan, hear the paragraph here. Andrew mounted a powerful case for not endorsing the bishop's peace march in his constituency. He accused, right, the Peace March initiative of hypocrisy and said it was supporting politicians of questionable character. Only said several regulations set out in the political code of conduct have been breached, and that the double standard set by entities like Bishop Blake. Take this away. I'm going to talk to the panel. Come on, what me just read. I don't believe what we just read. I know, sir. Hold on. No, Papa. No, sir. So then let me ask. Andrew Holness sign the code of conduct?
No.
Ready? May I ask you, did Andrew Holness sign the code of conduct 2025 as we speak? Since he's explaining why not shake Bishop Blair on, because Bishop Blair breached the code of conduct. Talk to me, Rattigan. Talk to me. Fast.
It speaks for itself. There's nothing more we can.
Melting Pot. Talk to me, Melting Pot. Fast.
You know, we know say Andrew is just a big old nasty hypocrite, you know. A man who always try to find ways of mean to enhance film profile. But this guy now a profile from day one.
Yeah.
God, here it is 2006. Yeah? He refused to shake Bishop Errol Blair hand, citing breach of whatever I start to him. Yeah. But him not call it man, because him not know that man. We want me call out something Andrew no know. I know it, but me bounce it off in a different fashion. I'm citing something where him not know about. So Blair breach it. Him not know about code of conduct, you know, Byron and panelists, you know. This man is a rogue man where we have in the space, you know, mash up a country, you know. Using all type of illicit behavior pattern, you know. I saw this guy happen. And we have to throw a spanner in a fit him work. Because no wonder him ask God to give him the strength. Him and the Labour Party. God now give Andrew no more strength because God give him strength, you know, what God see him do with the strength, you know, is pure corruption and mash up the place and all type of Nancy cobwebs type of story when push out. About some guy I call them task force, some big old nasty thinking dirty boy like Warthog. Yeah? Fish headless Abcock and them guy there. Draws Davis. You understand? Them there is no task force. Them there is ass force. And some ass, man. Not task. Because them guy have put Andrew, you know, in a spinning wheel, you know. Right now, Andrew in a spin faster than how you see the axis and the world spin together. You know. The man is a madman. The man lose his head. And the reason for it is simple. You might have to ask God to give him strength and weak out, you know. Because the days them a count down upon him. And him know say a judgment on the horizon. Judge after the election, Andrew got a prison. Where's the pastor?
Definitely. Well, you know, broken criminal vases say, you know, them are evil. And what we see right there is the Prime Minister, no matter how much bloggers him a try pay, AI bloggers where him about for start use, guess what? We're living in a digital age, as Shaka Bell said, Shaka Fame said. Them in an analog age where them still they're behind time because what beat the Prime Minister is evidence. We do it, Sir Ratigan have it, you have the evidence, Father Lonesome have it, Jeffrey have it, everybody who are blogging on space. Video evidence, document evidence, and them own words from them own mouth. And that God I use for destroy. So when him rush out now, and them bloggers them make a scene about the lady not shaking him, and we go back to the digital age. We go into the archive and boom, the gleaner have something on him now, shake Bishop there. And so him come off as a hypocrite, and it show the hypocrisy in this government that them are reap what them sow. Everything what happened to them right now, them are reap what the world call it karma. What goes around comes around. The Bible say whatever a man sow, that will he reap. So him a reap what him sow. So no matter how much bloggers him a try hire, him a go pay bloggers or him take out them pay because them ineffective and him want to come out with AI bloggers now. None of them AI bloggers them can't come near the truth. As everybody said, truth is a straight line, lies go zigzag. And so that will defeat them, truth will defeat them, and the digital age will defeat them.
Here you go. All
Andrew,
right.
but you have to say Andrew is him on beaten stick because they use the paper.
Yeah.
I'm on beaten stick.
All right. Pinks, you're going to close us out tonight. You know. All right.
Okay. Okay. On the subject of him not the lady not shaking his hand, it's funny how it comes. It's like a boomerang.
Yes, definitely.
It's like a boomerang. Hit him right back in his face
Yeah.
because in October 2005, sorry, when he refused to shake Bishop's Blair hand, simply
Yes.
because the man was the bishop wanted a peace march as the head of the PMI. He wanted a peace march between in his own constituency, in Andrew Holness' own constituency, to show him don't care about his own people. And what the bishop was trying to do is make a peace match between himself, Andrew Holness, and Patrick Roberts at the time, who was the
Yes.
PNP candidate there at the time, right? So he's criticizing Patrick as not being of having questionable character, right? Regarding the code of conduct. Only to circle back around back in 2022,
Yeah.
right? 2022 it was when it came up again for everybody to sign the code of conduct,
Yes.
and they did a workshop and all the training and everything. Cause letters were sent to everybody. Andrew, Mark Golden received the letter, and they came in for the workshop, and everything was done, and they did the workshop. The labor rights members of parliament, the GLP members of parliament did the workshop and the training, and they left the training and did not sign it, the code of conduct. Mark Jefferson Golden was the first person, along with his team, who were at the workshop, signed the code of conduct.
Yes.
The labor rights gonna try to remember that Mark Golden led by doing the action so that the people who is leading can follow his actions. That is a leader.
Right.
A leader lead by their example.
Yep.
He signed the code of conduct before any other member in the shadow cabinet.
Exactly.
Just imagine that. And you think that man have principle? Liberals, look again. Look again. Ask Andrew why in 2022, after he did the training and the workshop, he has not signed the code of conduct after in 2006 he put out the narrative that he's not shaking anybody's hand because the bishop was in conduct with
questionable
was endorsing Patrick Robinson's behavior and questionable character according to him. Jamaicans, and open your eyes and look up. Open your eyes and look up. Because the writing is on the wall. August 11th. Writing is on the wall.
You know, one of the things I want to ask everybody, I want to ask us one question. What law, or what law, what ordinance, what policy did this lady violate by not shaking his hand?
None.
Exactly.
Absolutely not.
And she wants to shake hands and she doesn't want to, and everybody.
Exactly.
Everybody
That's her
has a
choice. That's
her choice.
Space and step in her personal space, but extend him hand to her, and she don't want him invading her personal space.
But you know what? The prime minister was being disingenuous because he was trying to blame 14 years of not having any roads. So I try implicate the Mama P administration during that time. So when the lady said we haven't had a road in a long time, and him start calculating them in and say 14 years. So remember now, almost 10 years them in office. So 14 years would have put him back to Mama P time. So he might try look away for blame the PMP, but the lady never shake him on because she realized it. Hey, the phrase says socialists are not fool, really not. The lady recognized it and she said, nah, shake him on. So that's what, go back and watch that tape. He might try blame 14 years of not having good road in the lady constituents. And that was his goal, but it backfired upon him with the hand.
Amen to that. I have a question. I have a question for Radigan. As a legal mind, I'm going to pick your brain a little bit. Going forward, you know, because as a nation, we learn from our mistakes and we're going forward, right? Code of conduct. Do you think it should be put in place that the code of conduct be signed before an elected person is sworn in?
Good question.
Do you think we should think that way going forward?
Yeah, it should be codified. It should be codified that just as how it's in the Constitution that you have to take the oath, them should have codified. And then you have to sign on to this code of conduct. At the very least, you have to sign on to it. Now we know I will put them on a rocket still, but at least
bring in the impeachment law after that. So anybody sign it and mess up, impeach them.
That's why, but you see, that's why I don't want to sign, because if you sign it, it's further evidence you can use against them and say, but look, you signed this thing here, you know, and look what you do. The prime minister would be guilty as sin, because if you look on the principles and you look on who in my act, and I mean, to me, it's unfathomable how people can sit through this and say, wait a minute, we have a prime minister who's leading our country, who's representing us across the world, and this man don't know principles of good governance, and him asks for the training. Him asks for the training. Him asks for it, you know.
Exactly. Him asked for the training for true, and he did the training and the workshop, and did not sign.
Did
not sign off.
No, Mystic, we see you play something earlier. You play something when him talk and him say, in a one-time speech when I talk about the 250 things where in my place, and him say no new taxes. I'm gonna keep telling people, say, don't make him fooling about the no new taxes. Because Mystic play we do a segment on it already where you show them the ministry papers where actually increase taxes, but when though they were not new taxes. They were not new taxes. Right? It might play upon words. Whether it was it was an increase on taxes. It was a new tax. It was an increase on existing tax. But nonetheless, it's 6 or 1 half a dozen of the other.
It run concurrent every year after that. So even today, it's still an increase.
And apart from that, remember, just for this year alone, he wants $1 billion from the transport, the taxi people, you know.
There you go.
Just the taxi drivers alone, you want $1 billion tax from them, you know.
That is new
Yeah.
tax again.
That's
But
that's
you
new
know
tax.
the whole
That's new
panelists, you
tax.
know the whole and everything will happen with Andrew Holness and his handshake thing is that Andrew Holness was internationally embarrassed again.
Yes.
That is the fundamental key point about it, you know, why them a kick up such a storm, you know. Because you know social media kick all over the world. I'm internationally
Amen.
embarrassed because you know, me as an upstanding citizen, led by an upstanding leader, yeah, would have glad to shake him hand. The woman knows him corrupted and him and filthy and dirty. Why would she want to touch that nasty crab louse hand?
She don't want to get contaminated.
All right. May we take the last call for the night? A young lady started.
Parasite Andrew, man. Live from people, brother.
Yes, caller, you're on the yes. Good night, my dear.
Good night.
I'm taking my call. I'm gonna be short and quick. Okay. With this huge finding or mass finding of the drill situation and this massive investigation, where do we go from here to the outcome of this situation? I want to ask, what is IC doing about this? Can the PMP file a lawsuit against this situation, preferably the people who are involved in this? And so will this go in the file of the Magnitsky Act to file a lawsuit? Where do we go from here with this? That's my question.
All right, hold on. I sort of miss you a bit. Which situation are you referring to?
The drill situation.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, basically, very good question. I'm going to make the legal mind take on that question first before I give my input. Ratty.
So remember, actually, where do we go from here with it?
Yes.
It's going to go into the file of the Magnitsky Act. What is IC doing about the situation, as well as if the PMP can file a lawsuit against the parties that are involved, the people that are involved in this situation.
Okay, Ratty is going to answer you. Yes, Ratty. Ratty.
You're muted, Mr. Rattigan.
Sorry. Regarding the drill. If we remember, Dr. Dawes had two folders when he did the press conference, and he said one was for the Integrity Commission and the other was for MOCA. So he's looking at it as a criminal investigation, and he's provided. And what's interesting is that he never gave one to the JCF, and I thought that he would have given one to the JCF, but I guess him figured no. So he gave it to MOCA and he gave it to. So now we have to wait for them to come back, because they're going to be doing the investigation. I mean, it's fairly simple. We think we know what they're going to find, but it's a process that they have to go through it. And whether or not this could be in the Magnitsky, it depends on their findings, because you don't want to prejudge the case and go ahead and file something like this in a Magnitsky, and then they come out and they say, well, no. So we can wait. We have time. We're not going nowhere. We have time. Oh, and by the way, people, regarding the Magnitsky, I just want to remember this, that the Magnitsky is applicable to people who are currently serving in the parliament, but it's also applicable to people who previously served in the parliament. So if this prime minister lose the election, him no get where. Him lose the election, him no get where. They still can go after him, and they can go after him and take away him visa, seize his property, and if necessary, them can make a referral to the American Investigative Architecture people housed in there, and then they can move forward with an investigation. And believe me, people, it is my personal belief that there is enough there, more than enough, to hold this prime minister accountable, more than enough. I know there's some people, like one of them comment last time, I know them hate when I say them things, because them claim say, I'm never even telling them this, them accuse me and say, me a PNP because me no fear and me no balance because me nitpick at everything the JLP do and me not talk about the PNP. I mean, I explain to the person, say, listen, who's in power? Based on our system is one party really a rule, you know. That's how our system set up. So when me I go talk about the PNP and the PNP now spend no money, PNP now pass no state of emergency, a lack of people. PNP now waste taxpayers money. PNP not doing all this. Me say me have to focus on. Then them go back and say, why not go back 20 years ago and look on what PJ Patterson do? Me say, but hold on a second now. You want me stop now, pump focus where I go on right yes or no in front of my eyes. And me if you stop this and go all the way back, me say, no man, you do it. I them have other people who can do it. Uno go do it. If you find a job, make somebody else you. Me I still right yourself. Mr. Tim say, listen, me a Johnny come late, I just 3 years, me I do this. And me say, so my focus is limited. And it's limited from 2016 to present. That's all.
Exactly.
Beyond that, somebody do it. That's it.
All right. Here you go. I am not going to burn out the panel in the morning because wife you want to sleep. All right.
Just how you all pinks and getting look like him getting win on him ready to go.
Exactly. So I want to say big thanks, you know,
Hold
for
on,
people.
Sir Byron. The Prime Minister will be the first Prime Minister in the history of Jamaica to go to prison once him leave office, and there's no doubt about that.
I believe that the Prime Minister is going to face the judiciary. And, you know, as it relates to the lady asking the question about the drill, we have seen plain evidence of conspiracy to defraud as it relates to the variation of invoices and all of that. So that is serious. Very, very, very serious. So I want to say to the panel, thank you again, you know, for such a wonderful night, right? We love, you know, in terms of the critical thinking and the breaking down, right? And I want to say big thanks to all the persons who are passing through, right? So bless up yourself.
Come on. Good night, everybody.
All right.
Good night.
Sir Byron,
Blessings.
Sir
Blessings.
Lady Pinks, Lady Sir Byron. Blessings, everybody. Good night.
All right.
Yeah, good night.
Bless it.
Okay.
Oh, you figure it out. All right, so you go. All right, so you have to update. Do it that when you figure it out. Write it down when you come. Don't want to forget it.
Anyway, good night, guys. Have a blessed and wonderful rest of the week until Friday.